T-minus 30 seconds. T-minus 20 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Yeah, we're live. Although it's probably a poorly timed day to be live with my friend, the Rookie Critic, and our guest, Katy from KatyDid's channel.
Hey.
Right on time. That worked out.
I know. I'm surprised.
I am glad to be joined with my co-host, the Rookie Critic, and you may not know this, people, but Katy is what I'm deeming the Frog High Priestess. She worships at the altar of Frog.
That's right.
She's trying to convert you. You should join the ways of the frog.
Yes. Only the ways of the frogs. Work is the best for your life. So, yes, come join. It's a happy, safe place where we pet frogs, look at them, talk to them. It's a beautiful place. Come join.
I'm serious. You should actually work on like a gimmick with this. Have like weird videos of like worship, but like frogs and like maidens going to temples and
get a giant picture of a frog behind you in your background.
I know,
You
right?
should really lean into the cult thing. Like that's what was great about being a war campaign was like the whole joke is they're Spartan gay, and so they would like dildo meme people. Like for instance, Mike Miller, they would just put rainbow dildos on his pictures, and these people would fucking cry about it.
Really? Wow.
And so
Bunch of
it's just
babies.
like when you cry when we meme you, we're going to meme you more. Like it's literally what's going
Yes.
on with Eric. And it's crazy because it's like it's been so focused. No one's had to dildo meme him.
I know. And the frog, it's like I would love to hold like a real frog, but like they're kind of weird, like slimy. But I'll think of like a little animated like picture, that I could just clip into the photo and stuff.
Add some ribbit sound effects here and there or something. And now we're gonna look at Eric July.
Yeah.
I know you guys are giving me great ideas. I definitely will, because that's why I used that picture you gave me from last Saturday's stream, because I'm like, oh, this is perfect. I need to get one with the short hair, so it really looks like me. Because it's close, but it's like, if I had long hair, I wish. But yeah, if someone, because see, I don't know how to get through that program, and
It's
so
literally if you have an iPhone, you just like go on Google.
I don't. I have an Android.
It should work on Android.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure Vito is an Android guy. He's always crying about Apple. So I'm pretty sure he's got Android, and he makes it's literally just like a website.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, send it to me, and I'll give it a try. Everybody else does a really good job, because I've tried it on some of my thumbnails, but like they're good, but they're not as good as everybody else's. Hey, Key. Hey, Chow. What's going on? It's good to see you. Good to see you.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
But I definitely will do it. Yeah. If y'all ever have any ideas, throw it my way, because I mean, what was it that I showed y'all? I showed you in the DM of somebody that was a troll account for Dark Griff Comics, and I could have sworn it was him, because I couldn't really tell, which is pretty good. Touche on that one, but yeah, he's like, you need to stop. You need to spend more time with your family, and then sucking off EVS, and so that's like apparently that's the label I've been put on as someone who kisses EVS's ass and spends super chat money just to get his attention, and that's all that I'm really here for. And yeah,
I mean, people have done that to Doomcock and everybody on the Phantom Menace area since it started, essentially. Like going 5-6 years now, they do that to any of the content creators. Like, oh, super chat anyway. It's not an uncommon thing in general, just super chat people either. Like, usually not attention, it's just supporting a creator.
Yeah, and that's Hi BTM Reviews. It's good to see you. I retweeted your tweet today. I love to get you back on the show this weekend if you want to, because I really had enjoyed our conversation. You guys too, especially you, Rook. Like, I'm always down to have people come on. I could stream by myself, but right now there's so many eyes kind of looking at me, and I don't want to. And I'm retarded too sometimes, so I just kind of letting the heat calm down a little bit for now. It's because it's so weird, because the other day, like, dude, like I had like 3 or 4 people come after me in one day, in like a short like 3-hour span, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on, dude? Like, I get things here and there, but like it was like, because it started with Vicky. That's where Tony got put in jail. And then it was somebody else. I can't remember. So it was like, Jesus, what the fuck is going on, dude? Like, why am I the target? Like, it's not just me he shows clips of. He shows a lot of like Suit, Rippaverse. Yeah, like it's not just me. It's everybody he's showing clips of. And
well, Rippaverse, even though he's been on camera, he's not really a face. It's his puppets. And Eric being sodomized by other puppets in puppet form.
Yeah.
And Yeah, Clipsama's got no face, as far as you know, and someone else. You have a face, and you hang out with Tony, and Tony is vocal. You know, but even Tony doesn't have a face. So it's like you're a face to go after, and also you're Southern sounding. Like I know Virginia. I'm from Oklahoma, so Virginia is not the South as far as I'm concerned. But
It's the
yeah,
South or not the South?
I'm sorry, what?
What did you say? It's
Oh, I
it's
said I'm from Oklahoma, so it's not the South as far as I'm concerned. Given
right.
the
No.
longitude, you know, it's like South. You're right by Maryland. What are you? That's Yankee country. What are you talking about?
Well, no, and I will say this: I'm in the lower part. So in Virginia, you have, oh gosh, I can't believe it's passing my mind right now. You have Northern Virginia and Southern Virginia, and up in the north part, like the Maryland and all that. Yeah, that is full liberal. Like if you watch on election night, you'll see our state be kind of split in half because I'm in Trump country. So I'm like 3.5 hours to West Virginia. But there are, you got to think South Carolina. Other people have stronger
Right,
accents than
yeah.
I do.
But
Yeah.
it stands out, and your new upcoming upstart channel, and so it's like you know, it's like you're possibly an easy target to like take down or to intimidate with attention.
When
There's always factors where it's like, well, you're someone to go after. There's a face to you. There's a reaction they can see on camera, possibly, etc. And then Southern invokes like dumb, unfortunately. Yeah, and so like if you have an accent, it's not like Yankee accent, then they're gonna assume you're dumb. Just because of that, because it's a slower draw. So it's like farmer, so you must work on a farm because you're dumb, because you can't get a degree. You know, all these things. It's all these subconscious things that are adding up to make you a target.
Yeah, I mean,
And you got EVS's attention, and everyone likes to hate EVS. So.
Well, and it's like they'll always like want a face. They're like, "Oh, you're a coward. You hide behind a thing or something." And then, okay, I show myself. We hate you more now, or something. It's like, okay, sure.
Yeah, but before we continue, I just want to say BTM reviews. I checked out like a minute or so of your video. I'm gonna devote some time to your channel specifically this weekend. Got a 3-day to switch into night shift. So so happy to see your channel's taken off. You like this 2-month study of Yellow Flash, which I'm just like, Jesus, better, more power to you. I could never. I didn't like the guy when I wasn't blocked or after him or anything. It's just never liked the guy. He always just I have a weird sixth sense about people, and Ricky can attest to this. Like Doomcock, I was sniffing that guy out, not like any insider stuff. I just sniffed him out for his content, like probably 2 or 3 years before Ryan Cannell kicked him out of Friday Night Tights. Like I'm always on it, and I'm always right. I get a sixth sense about this. And it might be a couple years later Ricky can tell you like, yeah, you were right, man. Like
it just becomes more obvious. I feel like also like there's usually a different type of subtlety or something, and then it just gets like more. There's more of it around, so it's like, oh yeah, that what you're saying. Yeah, it's totally there. Yes.
Yeah, but here we go. Let me. What's up, Karen? So before we get any further, before we dive into Katy's channel and Sturgis and Eric, there's a tradition. We've not kept it well this year. There's a tradition over here, and given that I got a little Bacardi coconut rum here,
there you go.
It's time for everyone to get their drinks ready because we're about to do
the Horn of Ceremony.
That's right. We get our horns.
Get it.
Oh, yeah.
Get her done.
Vanilla Coke and coconut rum. Suck on that, Rookie.
Vanilla.
This fag. And
Regular
here we
Coke
go.
This concludes the Horn of Ceremony.
And that's that.
I need to get that for my channel. I need to get some of those things.
I like Chris Fisk's voice. So I'm like, well, if you send him more anime, like it's gonna be really funny, especially because like people usually have like I got an intro. It's that the intro is partially to pad time for last second. Like crap, all right, let me shovel in some ramen. But it's also like give people a few minutes to like get in when it's actually live, not miss anything. But yeah, I figured it'd just be funny to be like, that's it.
I know. The next time I do it, it's kind of hard when I have both kids at home. But if
Oh,
one of them is with the grandparents, then especially if it's my son, I'll definitely get a drink. And if it is, it's they're gonna laugh at this because there's also another stigma about me. Is Old Smoky Mountain moonshine from Tennessee, and it's the mocha Java. that I drink,
oh,
so-
wait, are you the BBC? Is this the other joke with you? Is this what we're
Yeah,
getting?
yeah. Apparently, my dad runs a moonshine business, and I live in a trailer, and his business went down. So, yeah, that's all. Yeah, all of it, dude. So, but it's like, actually, I do
Oh,
drink
wait, so you're
moonshine,
in a
but I drink the gay
trailer.
moonshine.
You're in a trailer with a black husband. Is that the story? Is that like the
Yeah,
myth?
that's the
The
story.
mythos?
Yeah, that's the story. And I'm
That's
like, why
hilarious.
black? And then I started thinking about it. I'm like, oh, okay, I get it now. Because I'm like, never mind. You know what I mean. It's funny how it's the opposite of what I would think people would think of. But yeah, I told my husband that, and he was like, really? And I was like, yeah, everybody thinks you're black. And he's like, cool.
Wait, is this? Oh, wait, I didn't realize it still had the video. Sorry about that. I look so small doing the freaking horn and ceremony. What an idiot I am.
Fucked up. Now I got to do it again.
Well, since
it.
yep.
The horn of ceremony.
Again.
Do it. Get that shit.
There we go. Now we're properly sized.
This concludes the horn of ceremony.
It's funny because
yeah.
if you don't know a little bit of lore, Rookie sent me for Christmas last year a Viking horn, drinking horn, and I'm just like, I got Athena and the owl behind me for a reason because I'm into like Greco-Roman stuff. And I'm like, why the fuck would this guy send me Viking shit? What the? And then it's like, oh, it's a bullhorn.
I'm like, it's a horn to drink from. That's all that the connection. What you drink alcohol? Here's a horn. It's a different. It's not a cup.
Well, it's like I barely
cup.
drink too, so it's like I don't. Okay, I mean, all right. I mean,
Well,
I like
if anything,
Vikings,
I thought it could look cool as a decoration. Whatever.
but it was funny because I'm like, well, yeah, I'm a cow. This can work out. And so I'm like, horn of ceremony. But I rotted the horn from using it. It's not really meant to be used that much. So, so then I went to Hot Topic and happened to find the glass horn. But then Ricky sent me a new horn mug. So I need to get Chris Fisk to record me another track where it's like the other horn of ceremony. Play into the whole alcoholic angle. Definitely not. Again, I legitimately barely drink. I went to have some Mexican the other day after the comic store, and I'm like, what do you want to drink? I'm like, Dos Equis, lime and salt if you got it. And then they came back, it's like, we have it on a draft or we have it in the bottle. I'm like, well, what's the cheapest? And they're like, well, a bottle is like $5 or like a 35-ounce mug is $5. I'm like, well, why would you even ask me? Like,
exactly.
But yeah, transitioning. Says Sturgis is a lover, not a fighter. Are you actually transitioning, and what from? Yeah, before we get into Renowned and Eric, tell us like what got you started doing this other channel, because you're anime mainly on the other one, the Sesrin, if I'm not mistaken, Sesrin, right?
Yeah, so I started my anime channel, Sesrin's Fan Club, I think it's been about 3 years now. I started the channel because I love the show, and Sesshomaru is my favorite character from Inuyasha. He's so dashing and powerful, and he's an asshole, and he's an alpha. He's a dog demon. It's the best qualities that Rumiko Takahashi created, and it's actually she's admit that it's one of his best characters. But I started because I like the stories of him and Ren. Now I know Sturgis has made a comment about that, so I will clear that up for everybody. So if you watch the original series of Inuyasha, it first came on in Toonami, early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s, I believe. I was in middle school at the time. And Sesshomaru was in, to make a long story short, Sesshomaru was injured in battle with Inuyasha. He's trying to take his brother's sword because he feels like it's rightfully his. It's their father's fang, and but so they get in a fight, and Inuyasha damages Shomaru, and he transports himself out in the middle of the woods, and he's laying there, and he's healing, and he's pissed off. His ego's been taken down a couple of notches. And this little orphan girl named Rin shows up, and from what Rumio Takahashi explained in the story is she had seen Sesshomaru as a god, because this is the oh god, what era was it? Imajima era or whatever, where Japanese culture believed in dog demons and demons of all kinds. And so she looked at Sesshomaru as a god. And so she presented him with fish and water, and he's like, I don't need your help. He was an asshole. Like, that's the thing I'm trying to make other people understand. He was a fucking asshole, even after meeting. So he realized this girl was not going to give up, and she was actually being nice because he hates humans. He despises humans, and they fear him. And here's this like little orphan girl, not showing any fear. So it piqued his interest, but she has a really horrible backstory. This is why it's great for fan fiction. Her family was killed by wolf demons, and she has been an orphan for many years, for a good while. If anything, I think just recently, according to the show. So she's all by herself, and the village kind of beats the shit out of her. It's really shitty. So after their encounter, he's healed and he's ready to go, and he notices he smells blood in the air because he's a dog demon. And he recognizes who blood it was, so he goes to find her, and she's been killed by the wolf demon tribe. And he has a sword from his father's fang. So there's two things that their father had. Toga was the Tetsaiga and Tenseiga. The Tetsaiga is Inuyasha's powerful sword, and the Tenseiga is a healing sword. So that's why Shishomaru's trying to get this dude's sword, his brother's sword. So it pulsates, and he pretty much, make a long story short, he revives her and brings her back to life. And it can only bring a person back from the dead once. And so she ends up following him, and he allows.
Wait, you mean the sword alone, or one person gets one use?
Yeah, one person gets one use. Like, if he used it on Ren, and if she dies again, he can't use it on her.
All right,
It's
but
a sword
could he
that
give it
saves
to his
1,000
friend?
lives.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's a sword that Tenseiga is a sword that kills 1,000 men. Tenseiga is a sword that heals 1,000 people. So she travels along with him, and he's an asshole to her the whole way. He's like, you go get your own food. I ain't doing your shit, But anytime she's in trouble, he shows up and saves her. And it's like a human and dog kind of relationship. Like, he's a dog demon, so he has dog qualities: companionship, loyalty, sense of smell.
Wait, so it'd make more sense to go with like a bestiality claim against you.
Damn it, Black Angus. Well, let me see if I can.
I'll let Sturgis know tomorrow.
Oh. I don't know what's worse, what he's come up with. And I'm like, that's the thing too. I'll get to him in a minute, but let me. Sturgis. So when he did this, and EVS was reacting, and I looked at the chat, I'm like, oh my god, these people are not going to get the whole. Thanks, asshole. but some people it's like, yeah, I remember Toonami, and I was like, okay, so some people are getting it, but okay, let me just share you my screen, and we'll get through this quick because I do want to get to it. But since Sturgis made this, put this out there, I guess I need to address it. All right, do you see it?
There you go.
Okay, so this is Toga, their dad, who's a full-fledged demon, dog demon.
Stray Bean says the woman that finally takes Sturgis's virginity should be charged with bestiality. Well,
Ain't
I
that
just
the
think he's a
truth?
Jewish dwarf from Moria.
I thought he was the missing link between ape and man.
So this is
Ricky, you should name him as Sasquatch's baby from Tenacious D.
oh god.
Oh,
So
this
this
looks
is
like
a summer.
Okaimi.
Yeah, there's a Japanese term to this, and I don't remember what it is, but so yeah, he's a dog demon. This is his true form. I've seen fan artists in our community make amazing art out of him. They make great ideas and content. That's his mother. But this is Inuyasha. So this is the series.
That's the human form.
Yes.
Okay.
Now his brother is a half demon. He's not a full. So if you see the family here, that's their dad. This is Inuyasha's mother, who's a human. He fell in love with a human. And he's pretty much a pimp. Okay, let's just put it that way. And this is Shishomaru's mother, who's a full-fledged demon and had them. So that's the story. And he hates half demons because he believes that because Toga saved her and then when he was born, and he believes that Inuyasha's responsible for their father's death. Gosh, it's such a long story. It's so deep. It's such a good story. It's a good manga. I suggest everybody to go check out the manga
It
of
just
it.
sounds like Rookie. Fictional nonsense.
Of course.
You read Isom too, right, Katie?
No, I'll be honest with you. I did not read these Isom
Oh.
books, but I did watch reviews.
I will send you some links so you can enjoy all the Rippaverse on the internet without giving a
Okay.
cent to Eric.
Here, let me get out of the screen, and then will get you just what he looks like in general, and then so pretty much, yeah, like you go through the whole series. He protects her, but there's no relationship there. There's nothing sexual there. It's just he's like a protector. You know, he's just there to protect her, and that's about it. But in the recent series that came, so it's been about 14 years since the final act, and then around October of 2021 they came out with the Yashahime series, which is a continuation of it. So that's where I started my channel because it was a pretty big deal. You know, this was a show that's been in hiatus, and people had so much speculations of what the next chapter will be, you know, and so it's about Shishomaru and Inuyasha's daughters and their progression. So I did a reaction to that, like everybody, like a lot of the anime channels did. Man, I got like, if you go look at that channel I've got like 3,000, 6,000 views on those reactions. It was a great time. I really it was a lot of fun. But then the series ended, and so things have kind of slowed down a little bit. The manga is out for it, and it comes out once a month. It's in the Shogun Sunday edition. So I do keep an eye on that, although I've been busy with all this shit going on. Here it is.
Oh, and
So,
for people who don't know, description, you can sub to Katie. It's got her latest video.
Thank you. Trying to blow this up to make it bigger for you. So yes, that is him. He is my favorite.
Looks like a woman.
That's what my husband says, and that's what some people say too.
Yeah,
It's like,
a
"It
lot
looks
of
like
a lot of
woman."
anime characters sometimes are difficult to tell.
Well, it's like I watched Attack on Titan, watched a little bit of Dragon Ball original with Rookie. I watched some Helsing.
Well, it's
and-
like Frieza is like one of those ones that people are like, was that a
Ooh.
boy or a girl? Like, what was
I don't
that?
care.
And
I'd
it's
still
like,
smash
yeah.
either way.
Well,
I
yeah,
love
but the
Frieza.
point is like, so this is a lot of the male characters will be like strong and cool, but look a little feminine-ish. But
No, it's not a bad
then
thing.
they do,
He
but then
does,
they usually do
there's
badass.
Well, no
there's
wonder
some
you like
episodes
stuff,
where he
though.
looks. Well, there's some episodes where he looks like really good, like manly. He's was voiced by David Kay, who's done like he's done the voice of like Megatron and all that shit. He's got a whole. He's pretty big in the geek community, and he's done some commercials too. Let me see. Maybe I'll find like a better one real quick. Because I can go to my Twitter. But anyway, so yeah, so him and Ren, when Ren was 18, he fell in love with her. Which makes sense because it's the only human he gave a shit about. He really didn't like any other humans. So he she knew him better than anybody else. So it's a
And
sweet
plus
story.
Being part dog, he can smell when she starts her estrus.
Well, that's in the fan fiction. But it never, I will state this, it never goes there. Not when she's young. A lot of people in our community don't. When they write fan fiction or do fan art, we make sure that she looks like a woman over 18. Because the thing that disappointed about the Yashahime series, and I've made a podcast about this with other creators in our community, they really did a disservice to adult Ren. They made her look kind of childish, and it was something that we were not happy about because in our minds, think about it, we've been dreaming of this moment for them to officially be canon for like God, so many years, and we have this vision of her of like a womanly figure, an adult like looking, like you could see in our fan art that we put out. And so when it was just kind of disappointing. We were really upset. But the manga makes her look older, so that's why we're pretty much fans of the manga and hate the series. Like, because it was kind of disappointing.
We don't care. It's cartoons.
Well, it's like, well, I know, well, and it's like in a lot of the stuff is from Japan, and where age stuff is a little different. I mean, I don't know. It's just kind of it's cartoons. Like, where's the actual harm? Cartoons.
Yeah. Well, I think what makes them popular in our community is because their story gives you great ideas to create amazing stories based on these characters, like in modern AU or old like to the series. I've read some really amazing fan fiction in our community that should be novels. I've always said that some of these should be in book form just to have and read. I mean, that's how good they are. We really do have good writers. You're never bored. There's a type of fan fiction for you of them with any kind of backstory. So I did reviews on that channel. And so I would read these fanfics and then I would get on my channel and usually it was out on my front porch. And I would just talk about what I thought of the story, the things I liked and didn't like. And it started growing from there. And then it's been great. Like I have writer roundtable segments where I have some of the pretty in our community well-known women who write amazing stories, and we get together and we talk about how to write your story, the plot, what kind of plot you want to use. It's very that's why I kind of like EVS and his comic reviews and him just talking about writing and the story. It's very relatable to us because that's the kind of conversations we had. So that's why I've always liked EVS. And I always told people, go listen to him. He really does inspire you to do better and be better. So yeah. So, and the thing of it is we've been attacked by people called anti-sessions. They believe that it's pedophilia, pedophile, whatever. Sorry, Angus. And we get constantly attacked for it. It's like, really, there's this has nothing to do with it. There's actual real problems with that. Why don't you put that focus to that? You know, like human trafficking and stuff. Like, you're wasting your time.
Yeah,
having
what are they
this
trying to
hate
do to
debate about
defend
it.
those innocent cartoons from people having fan fictions? Like, what? What's the harm?
Exactly. It's so stupid, dude. It really is. So when Sturgis started that, I was like, son of a fucking bitch. And I'm surprised I haven't heard any of the aunties ever come across it, which I don't think they will. These are two separate two parts of the internet that are on each corner. They're far away. So it just pissed me off because I'm like, great, I'm gonna have to sit here and fucking explain all this, you know. So
Really
it's just...
quick, in the chat, we got
yeah.
Mr. Yanafui looking curious. Got Backy saying, "Hey guys, Stray Bean saying the woman." Oh, yeah, I heard that. Sturgis made 42 cents last month monetizing the baddies.
Ooh.
Stray Bean says, "I thought he was the spirit of body odor given human form." And then transitioning. This is why I had to pause. Matt Barr created the 100% pedo-free label available for CG books. Then he got Riley suspended from Twitter for aggressive rape jokes. Well, if you see here, here's Matt Barr. I saved this picture. He says, I'm designing a label for anyone to use on their book if you want. It's going to say 100% pedo-free. Shantown says, well, I'm guessing you know everyone at the paper mill, ink makers, print manufacturer, and employees at the printer, transport company, and so on who help produce the book have no pedos in their employ. Matt says, be as pedantic as you want, but I'm referring to what matters, the actual effing names in the credits. But I hear you, and I have no problem asking your printer if he has any pedophiles on staff.
Oh my God.
We like to make sure we keep it mixed with the variety. We have a couple of thieves, a couple of murderers, a couple of sure. That's...
Just imagine it's like, yeah, I got a load of books I need printed, and just want to make sure you don't have any like pedophiles on staff. It's like, what?
Imagine getting a phone call asking, "Hello, ma'am. Is there any pedos on your staff today, or something?" Call you next week and I'll double check. Okay.
What an imbecile. I love it. Also, let me show this. I just saw this. This is why Sturgis is the I haven't seen the replies. I just saw this floating around. I saved it. We'll look into that later. But this is what inspired me to cover Sturgis today.
This looks absolutely garbage. Your fucking eye is drooping. Fucking thinning white hair, bro. I don't have white hair like that. Nowhere near this big. The shirt's fucking retarded looking. And you gave him short legs. This is supposed to be a dwarf. Is this supposed to be a dwarf?
I don't think that they're trying to make it look 100% like him. That's not usually the goal.
Someone's coping and seeing.
Someone put this next to each other, and it's like, oh wow, it's pretty spot on actually.
Which one's real?
Actually,
Right?
it's the left.
Yes,
It's the real
yes.
Sturgis. Let me see. I saw something. Let me back out. Right here, someone did some AI art of
Oh, yeah.
Sturgis.
Oh, God. AI is so funny.
That's true.
So let me share this if y'all want to utilize these for replies to Sturgis.
Oh, my God.
Here we go. Y'all seem to like it. But yeah, speaking of Sturgis, well, I'll show you this early, even though because it is Eric related. We follow Renown because he's an associate of Eric's. And anytime we cover Eric, we're gonna get this little clip.
Next important lesson in business.
Business as usual again.
Yeah. It's time.
Now you need him with his pop in his cheeks, doing his pop in his ass. You need-
So gay. Oh man. Like Michael Jackson's about as gay as you want to go with dancing. You know, that's pretty effeminate. Like he took James Brown being a pimp on stage and he made it kind of gay, but it's like super talented gay. So it's like, okay, whatever. But then you see this like 2000s or so and forward rap dance shit guys doing this. Oh man, what do you this is woman stuff. What are you, a cheerleader? It's just really weird some of the dance stuff that's come in black culture given the predominance of homophobia in that community. It's interesting. But I was curious because I'll show this first. It's always fun to look at Sturgis's YouTube thumbnails. So
I know, God.
this
Why
one,
is
this newest
Eric in all
one,
these thumbnails?
this newest one, and Eric says, "Ha ha ha! Why are you gay? I'll fulfill my new merch before you finish a book." And then he has this other guy he says, "I'm a large man, baby," and then he just saying, "I'm an effeminate male." But the one we're going to cover in regards to Sturgis's 3D rendered, he should appreciate this. This is his thorough or
Yeah, all these people are
best-
making art of him and other
it's
things
his
of him.
thorough,
Like,
if not
think of
more
it as a
so.
form of appreciation in a way.
It's honestly more thorough than Cliff Richard's clip art. This one says, "Ha ha ha! Art, what happened to all criticism is valid. Why are you so angry?" And this guy's, "I'm kind of retarded. I'm having a meltdown." And then Dick's saying, "CG books are all trash."
Oh.
All right, so we
Well,
moved that.
according to the Rippaverse, especially in today's stream Eric did in the chat, I saw Renown in there, and I see Hell the Lord and all that. Which, by the way, Hell the Lord got a shout out from the Saska sisters. But Renowned, someone said, "Renowned, you're doing the Lord's work, man. Going after these stupid idiots, blah blah." And I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's y'all's winner, all right.
So this is from Frogman Melts Down over criticism. Buster Baxter claims all CG books are trash. Detractors mad. I like to stress the words in these like griftosphere videos. They're all copying like the Tim Bold template, but it's funny how they stress certain words or it doesn't read right if you actually say it. I get a kick out of it. Ricky didn't really pick up on this, and I'm like, oh yeah, you got to read it with the stress.
Well, because you and I read things kind of funny anyway sometimes. So I thought it was like another thing at first.
Let's look at Yellow Flash really quick. Let's look at his videos. Disney busted using fake accounts to boost stock in Rachel Ziegler. Fake something. Fake PR blows up in their faces. Capcom cut again. Japanese boss of Street Fighter is scared to death of Western backlash.
God. It's so over the top. It's
very
Talking about-
tabloid.
yeah, that's the best way to describe it. It is.
What it is
Fuck.
Keely's having fun in here. Transition says never dance like a woman or transition into one. Keely's saying hey to you. And GT Beck 1 says hello, friends.
Hello.
What is up? You're, if I'm not mistaken, you're in like what, UK? I feel like you're in a weird country as far as like my placement and time slot. Let me know if I got that wrong. I mixed you up. But let's look at old Sturgis, what he's got to say.
One. Then moving on to clip number 2. Let's take a listen.
Oh, when an actual Asperger patient. Oh, When somebody with Asperger's actually tells other people they're spurging out, it really is something else. Mike, read the whole thing. I'm not going to tell you how to do your job, but
Oh, so now you're gonna insult Mike because he said your book was bad. Interesting how that works. You like to say other people can't take criticism, but it looks as if you can't take criticism yourself and you're trying to tell other people how to review your book.
Oh, he's showing BTM.
he did
Nice.
everything. And Eric July doesn't like that either. He doesn't like when nitpicking. When Mike Partika is one of the most retarded reviewers, but
Well, it seems like he nitpicked your book and you couldn't accept it either, according to the first clip that we just watched.
like he gets in there and he nitpicks, and that's just his style of reviewing. Eric doesn't like that either. He's like, "What the fuck?" We showed a whole video with Eric flipping out over one of Mike Partika's videos. He went on for
Yeah, we showed a clip of you freaking out and calling him autistic because he nitpicked your grammar and spelling in your book.
Well,
you
wait,
having
deflection.
a meltdown.
Deflection. You are deflecting. You were deflecting. It's not. If really you think about that at VBS, well, fucking Eric July had a fucking meltdown.
I
According to,
love.
you know.
I'll show you all that if y'all missed it. I'll show you the JD Maltman video soon. It's funny how he clipped a recent video of Eric talking about business and the economy with his review of Dick Masterson's review. It's just spurging the whole time. It's a nice supercut of if you're trying to explain, what this black guy got mad about someone giving a bad review of his book. I'm like, what? Let me just show you why we picked our sides.
I kind of want to know what the guy was critiquing about Cyberfrog, honestly.
Honestly, I
was.
I can't stand Mike Partika's ISON.
I don't know who that is, so
he got EVS
don't
attention,
know.
so I looked him up, and he gets a lot of views doing ISON videos, but he's incessant with it. It's not even me, Katie, Geek Getaway. We're digging into this every day because there's always new stuff to pick apart with commentary on this because it's always new developments. Well, that's the thing. It's we're always got new stuff to pick apart. Mike is just rehashing and finding these weird nitpicks. We're just is that even worth
Can you give an example of something?
You just have to watch it, honestly.
Okay.
I'm not gonna do that here because it's just oh God, enough, man.
done a complete meltdown, which to me is a success.
Oh, we're going to see you have a meltdown in just a second here, but we're also going to take a look at your Snowman A Cold Day in Hell campaign where you can see a bunch of people asking for refunds and you haven't given it yet. This was just one day ago. It's a refund back at 1359. Where the F is my books? Did you fall on your head and become stupid and now not know nothing? It's been years and there's no book. I'd like a refund. EVS and Mailin too busy fraughting each other to finish their books. None of you will ever see Snowman. Backer 2124 just wanted to get a refund. Want a refund. Well, you get the point. Now let's move on to this clip where you absolutely freak out at Mark Parkia.
Well, you also don't need to give a refund when you back a campaign. That's one of the things that you take when you get there, but they usually will deliver their books anyway.
Well, it's you got a window of time
So
to
it's
get a refund. Otherwise, it's the creator's discretion.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, I don't know what Fund My Comics, whatever, or Indiegogo, but whatever their standard is, that's what I'm gonna I guess I should have put that in my thing for my campaign. It's I'm not giving refunds, sorry, especially because I'm fulfilling pretty quick. It's an open store, you back, I send it once I get the money, so there's no refunds. It's already out the door by the time you're gonna ask for one, so it's not happening. Barring if it's in the window of the company that's platforming me. No.
Yeah.
For saying he's glad he's unwrenched.
At this point, do I think I can trust Mike Partika? I'm telling you right now, Mike Partika is one step away from getting sent to the electric chair. What do we do to it?
What is he, the new Patrick T?
Whoa.
Oh no!
Where did that
is
come
being
from? Calm you.
hyperbolic and funny.
Oh no, is he gonna take
Yeah,
that
that's the thing,
seriously
he doesn't-
again?
Yeah, he didn't catch the ending of that right now. He's joking. has to joke kind of like with Malin. Like if you don't, that's the thing. You have to understand Ethan to get. I mean, whatever. It's so stupid.
They're
So
usually not
stupid.
great at picking up on humor in general, it seems, or anything. There's like, oh, that's serious. What, you want him to die or something? Like they'll just take it like as if that's the full on thing that they're saying. It's like that's not. It's not what they fucking mean.
Transitioning with a good comment says Yellow Flash is annoying and Tug is still saving victimized and battered men by covering the courtroom journey of Johnny Depp. Gee, he's still dipping into the Johnny Depp grift.
Well, because Amber Heard's attorney recently came out and spewed some shit in an interview, so he's reacting to that. I
really
haven't
wish-
watched it, but it sounds that attorney because I watched all of that from beginning to end of that. God, it was such a good time too. It was so exciting every day, especially when she would get up there, Amber Heard. But he does a little bit. It's been quiet, but now he has picked back up because of this recent interview of Amber's attorney, who's the most fucking retarded attorney you have ever seen in your fucking life. Like she's a joke, and people's made really funny clips of her. So
I really wish Johnny Depp would have lost just to like crush all
Why?
these grifters on YouTube. They don't give a fuck about men. And it's funny because they're covering Johnny Depp like he's a hero when it's like everything else you cover, all of the commentary and the sentiment, he would hate you. And he hates Trumpers, etc. It's like, what a weird golden calf.
Well, it's like
time-wise.
the people would be like, these are people, Hollywood pedos, whatever. But Johnny Depp,
Johnny Depp's
hooray.
great though, and it's like he's
It's
been in
like-
Hollywood for like
But
30
he's one of the
years.
good ones or something. It's like, well, I don't know.
Well-
There doesn't seem to be a consistency with a lot of what people are talking about.
Disney's full of pedophiles, but yeah, Gina's gonna make Disney hire her back for the Mando. We're gonna buy Disney Plus again, even though they're all pedos. This is why I root for like the bad guys in these court cases, even if Amber Heard is a total piece of shit, whatever. Also, I just can't root for weak men. Like I get the catch-22 of being a man getting abused, of like, well, you can't hit her because feminism, but you also can't like take it either, so you're just stuck because any retaliation, rightfully so, is victimizing the woman. So your only modern day recourse is to just evade abusive women. And like this idolizing Johnny Depp for this fight is just so cringe to me. It's like, no, idolize Alex Jones. You know, that's a real guy that's like fighting
Yeah.
an uphill battle. Even if you hate him, if you believe in fighting like corporate and government manipulation to suppress the wrong narratives, that's someone you should idolize, because he's not playing a victim. Like they're trying to get him for like $1 billion or some shit, and he's not playing a victim. He's just trucking along as best he can. That's admirable. There's so many people you could find, big and small, with a way better narrative than Johnny Depp being like, I was abused by a woman. It looks weak as fuck. I get the conundrum, but it's like just this. No, we don't need to idolize weak men. And Johnny Depp being abused long term by her, this is weak as fuck. It looks gay, in my opinion.
Okay. Well, yeah, I can see that. I agree to that too. I guess my thing is, see, I watch it through the eyes of LawTube, and I was watching Emily D. Baker. Honestly, I think I do watch LawTube. I keep up with that because it's good to learn about the law, and some of them are actually really good attorneys that explain very well what's going on. That's why it intrigues me. But I say at least in the LawTube sphere, because Tug's not into that. He's his own creator.
Yeah, no, Ricada has real value, and
yeah.
anyone that he's going to interact with, I'm going to be interested in. I don't get to spend a lot of time with his realm because I'm, entertainment focused, comics, Star Wars,
Right.
Marvel. But no, I love watching Ricada. When I saw him with that Eric stream, that famous Eric stream,
Yes.
the charity thing, I was like, dude, that was some great law tubing right there. Like, it wasn't the intent, but he kind of played defense and plaintiff legal counsel with that. He played both sides just so well and set up Eric so bad to criminal
Yeah, and
himself.
actually, legal mindset, who's part of the Cedar Creek campaign that I backed. He's part of that because he covers Disney and all. Because he actually lives in the area and he actually had to represent the districts and deal with Disney in court. But he did a reaction to that stream, and he kind of like, I wouldn't say shit on Nick, but he did say like, Nick, don't act like you didn't want drama. You knew what you were doing when you brought this up and brought him in. But he did kind of say like, yeah, Eric should have probably kept his mouth shut. It didn't look good. It's out there. It's still up. It's obviously been a minute, so it's going to be hard to find. But he did make a stream about that, and Andrew made some good points. But no, I mainly felt I did with Nick, but I mainly felt Emily D. Baker because she's actually really good at it. She's probably one of the best in the law tube sphere. But no, everybody kind of thought that that Johnny Depp should have left, and he was just as fucking nuts too. But I think the thing
Yeah, well,
with
that's the
me
thing
is
is,
that
like-
she is such a bitch, and like his career and like the things he did, like I think it was fear, but I get what you're saying of him being weak in that sense. Like I get your part of it. I agree to that. But there was some fear there. Let me tell you something. Watching Amber on the stand and the manipulation and like the recordings of her, it's chilling. Like this is a woman that makes us women look really, really shitty. So, and I've known some women like that. So it's like, oh, I've seen this, but this is a whole nother level. But no, I agree with you. I get your
I
point.
would just say it's more or less to some degree female nature. This is within all of y'all. This is y'all are made to be manipulators. It's not good or bad. It's just like you learn from an early age, like you're cute, you're pretty, you're the weaker sex, so you have way more social skill. And men,
Yeah, we have it.
we take
easy.
everything at face
Yeah.
value. We don't. It takes us forever to read between the lines. It's usually retroactive. We're like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, and so this is a potential for every woman to be like, for like red pill stuff. I didn't watch any red pill coverage of the Amber because I didn't care. I just, for the griftosphere, I wanted her to win just to like troll them.
Oh yeah, yeah, I could see that. Yeah,
Like I had a post because I had this Mara statue because I like to flip stuff on eBay. So I had this really nice Joel Jones Mara statue, and I tweeted like, I have a Mara statue in my house, so people know we don't defend abusive men like Johnny Depp or something like that. I made it really soy sounding. And people were like, fuck you, Amber's a piece of shit. You know. I just got a kick out of it. I like instigating stuff sometimes. But yeah, it's just, don't make, of all the men to make a hero, don't make fucking Johnny Depp this fucking Hollywood actor. He's a great actor, lots of great movies, but like, I don't know, it's this weird personal investment in this weak man. Yeah, it sucks, his whole career stuff, but I think he set himself up for it too, and for not leaving. It's one thing for a woman to be a victim to an abuser and stay for years or whatever,
but it's not. Shouldn't be for a man.
No, sorry. Like,
I agree
men
because
are
you have the
based,
power. Like you
well,
men,
we have power,
men
but we also
don't.
have reason and logic. Like, this is
Yes.
implicit. You know, it's the whole like brain pattern stuff where like women focus on faces, men focus on overall bodies. We get a generalized picture of everything. Women get a very focused picture on like certain traits. There's a whole like brain pattern dichotomy, like how men and women look over other people's bodies. Women focus on faces quickly, men focus on like the build. It's because it's like a monkey thing, a ape thing. We're looking at like potential women to bed or competition. You know, it's a subconscious animal part of us, and this applies to sociology and to our abstract living. Uh, Girls love dolls and dress up and tea parties. Boys, oh look, here's a can of snuff. Give it to a boy. He's going to make it a wheel. He's going to
Yeah,
a spaceship. You know,
I
like
agree.
this is how we think, and it extends in weird ways when we get older. And so it's not acceptable for men to be in the role of like the battered husband.
Right. It's like you know, if a man's getting abused, I believe that does happen, but I also believe the man needs to just get up and fucking leave, uh, and not take it. That's not your role, you know. Like, yeah, it's very weak
Especially when
for
you're an
men to
actor with
stay
all
in
those
it.
millions. It's not like, yeah, the average
Exactly.
guy, we don't have battered men shelters to just, oh, there's one in town, go over there and they'll take. No, you're a man, so find a couch or something or sleep in your car. This is the state. You know, it's not fair. It's everything's
Right.
catered to women. But when you're a Hollywood actor, you don't really have an excuse to be like, I can't leave. Where do I go? It's what? You have houses like Paris and what, New York and what?
Right. And it's like, what could she say? Like, you people know you're fucking crazy. Um, yeah, I will say that was probably really fun to watch from beginning to end. It was like a soap opera. It comes on every day, you know? If you miss one day, you're like fucked, you know, you're so behind. Um, and Emily D. Baker did what I like about her, she stays neutral in the situation. She didn't pick a side. She just basically covered as a court case. Uh, that's why I liked her. Um, yeah, that was fun to watch, man. That was a lot of fun to watch.
Transitioning says Lola has told people that Tug picked her up when she was 15. After that, no one can take his moralizing seriously. What is with Tug and Razor Fists? What is with this 15-year-old thing?
Oh, I didn't know about this about Tug.
Well, I mean, clearly this is like alleged. I have no proof. I'm just reading the comment of someone that I guess I'm just going to give you good faith here and assume you know what you're talking about.
Mhm.
But again, I have to contextualize this is speculation on the ether.
Right.
Yeah. But interesting. Man, the animated Sturgis is just as creepy as the original.
Let me go before you start. Let me start before I start this. Let me go use the bathroom real quick. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're
I
fine.
didn't mean to interrupt. Okay.
Well, that's cool because I can plug my posters. Excuse me. 1 second. Let me share this. So again, business time, people. Appreciate the backers I got thus far. If you want to help me, again, the whole point of making money here on YouTube, if I can, if you're interested, if you like me, want to throw a buck my way. The best way to do it, to get 97% of the proceeds versus like what 70 or less from YouTube, is to get a Meth Gator poster or contribute a donation. Got 4 posters here. I got the best one, in my opinion, is Annetta Souza. The Red Knight poster, colored by Oliver Aker, really evokes the Swamp Thing. Comes to mind when you look at that. At least it should. Vic King and Sketchy Raven. Yeah, unfortunately, stuff's coming out about Vic King, but I got this done years before any of this came.
Well, the art didn't do those things,
so. I get if you're like, well, I don't want to support this campaign because you got Vic King. It was like this was years ago that I got it.
He's not getting any funds now.
He already got paid years ago. I just had a bad experience business wise, so he was not someone I was going to go back to. But you know, I'm not going to just throw him under the bus either. Creatively, he helped get me some good sketch work on top of this poster for good reference for future artists. So. That's kind of my integrity thing with this. I'm not just going to like clean slate him from the history of Meth Gator. He was an aid in developing the visuals for this character. So do with that what you will. If that's lying too far for you, even though there's a lot of context of I was totally in the dark, so whatever. Plus, as far as I know, he paid his debt to society, what was deemed necessary. So, separate the art from the artist. But it's like I feel like I have to give that quantifier, given some of they came blah, blah, blah. Like if I didn't know, it's like yeah, I heard. Whoops. We got the Ori Meth Gator poster. I really like this one. It just makes him seem so savage, even though he is more like an anime style. And for whatever reason, won't let me upload the fourth one to the main campaign page. But you see on the side, he also already did a pinup of Shelby, modeled after Christina Ricci from what is that movie? Black Snake Moan. But she is meant to be a mixed girl, and I'll show you all a picture of that momentarily. But yeah, you can get each poster for $15 plus $5 shipping, or get all 5 at $40 in shipping, which is still $5, or get them all signed at $50, and that helps go into the coffer. On top of it, made $200 from last month.
Nice.
So that's going in the Meth Gator coffer. So we're just inching closer. I'm trying to get more or less $5,000 to then try to like contract an artist. So anything you want to help, or even if you just want to retweet the campaign, that does a lot. Getting it out there. Very much appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm glad I talked about it on the show and had you on so I can promote it. Because I
Yeah,
really
no,
enjoyed
thank
that. I didn't think I did a really good job. But practice makes perfect. But I'm glad that you came on the stream last Saturday.
Yeah.
And proud of that.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I need to try to network better in the Comicsgate sphere, promotion wise stuff. But I know I got a weird campaign because I'm trying to sell promo art to fund a comic. So this is kind of a hybrid thing. But also become a member, the $10 tier. This is a couple new things I got here. Let me solo myself really quick. So I got a 9.6 CGC graded. What is this? X23 Target X number 1, 9.6 graded. Kyle and Yost. I don't know who did the cut. Okay, so it's Choyobek did this. This is an item you could get from the raffle. I'm going to do it next Thursday. We should have, barring unable to communicate, we should have young Klippa on next week for All American Beef. And that's what I'm gonna do the drawing. So join at the $10 tier and enter for a chance to win. I've shown other stuff. I got some statues and toys. They're range from about like $25 to $50 value. Also, I got this awesome thing in the mail too. 9.8 graded Mark Brooks Berserk number 1. It's graded. This is a Keanu Reeves Boom Studios comic. I've read, I think, like half of that series. I know they got like a new sequel series added. Got to catch up on, but Berserker's pretty cool. But those are a couple of items in the mix for the raffle. If you join at $10, we'll raffle off. The more people I get, the more I can. It's pretty much a break-even thing if you become a member. Unless we just get lots of people wanting, like, oh, I want a chance, $10 to get something worth like $50 or more. Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's a good deal, man. You can't beat that.
Also, it's just been laying around for a while and can't find a buyer on eBay. Got this Baby Groot from Guardians 2 figure. Baby Groot. He's so cute. Oh God, I got too many bucks. 1 second. Yeah, those are some of the items you could win. It'd be your choice given the drawing next week. So consider, hurry up, join at the $10 tier, or you just support me for $1. But yeah, let's continue with old Sturgy. Yeah, I always feel awkward promoting, even with like the Mescator poster, because I'm just like, I like hanging out with y'all. I like doing it. So it feels weird asking for money for
No,
me,
you
but
need to learn how to shill
yeah,
like
I need
George
to get
does.
better at it. I guess honestly.
Go ask advice from George. He's pretty damn good at shilling. He does it really, really good.
Yeah, George is like his addition to streams is always mixed bag for me, to say the least. I'm like sometimes like, oh, that's great. Other times I'm like, what the fuck, George? But when he was on with y'all on the Generation Geek stream, that
Yeah.
was pretty good. It's pretty. Leighton was funny as fuck too. I love it. I love the heat that Leighton had. And he's like, I fucking knew it. Oh man, it's always disappointing for me because I grew up more or less white, even though I'm mixed. So I don't relate to like black culture generally speaking. I love like black music from like 1980 and back. I love blues, love funk,
Oh yeah.
all that stuff. Generally speaking, 1980 is like the cutoff with most black music. 'Cause then you get like cheap sounding R&B, and of course most rap is crap to me. It's not about the context, what they're singing. It's the tone. It's like the whole glorification, because it's like the template of their storytelling, their songs. It's like the blues. It's like, what is the plight of the black man? What's understandable for the general black man?
Yeah, kind
It's
of like
like,
Biggie, not Biggie. Yeah, Biggie.
yeah, it's like I get
Not
that, but then most of it's like, yeah, I'm a gangbanger.
Got my money,
I
my
sing,
grills, and my bitches, and
I
my
sing
wine,
crack
and
rocks
bitch. Yeah,
in my hood because I'm the top G with
I
the
got a
fucking
car,
chain.
Yeah.
and it's cool, and I'm
And
in
it's
the
like,
club, and I got drinks.
yeah,
Yeah,
whatever the cops are doing to your community, like you're why.
Yeah. Yeah, idiots.
Also, I was in the
agree.
army. On top of my upbringing, I was in the army, which is very everyone's green. That's the culture. It's like Full Metal Jacket, where it's like you're all equally worthless pieces of shit. That's like the mindset. So even though it's like, ha ha ha, you're Asian, you got slant eyes. We make all these racist jokes, but at the end of the day, we all got each other's backs, even if it's just because it's the job. It's like you want to have everyone's back. You want to have at least neutral understanding with everyone.
Yeah.
No one's like the enemy.
I learned that kind of lifestyle. I used to date a Marine back in the day. So yeah.
Mountains.
Yeah.
I would have been a Marine, but I can't swim because I grew up loving the Navy as a kid. World War II stuff. I wanted to be a submariner, and then at some
Right.
point I realized I can't swim, and then it just kind of I fell into like chasing the army. I lost a bunch of weight to join. After I got out, I gained way more back, but I'm working on it. I was
Alright.
like 320 last year, and I'm about like I keep hovering around 300 now. So
You can do it.
yeah, it's just the willpower.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wanted to be a Marine because like the kill mindset, and then it's like, well, I can't swim, so I guess I go to the army. And it's like, oh, it kind of worked out because I actually got to deploy. Like, it's funny, most Marines don't deploy to combat. Like, even though they have this mystique to them, it's like, yeah, they deploy with the Navy to their tours are like, oh, we're going to the Netherlands for a stint. Like, that's not a deployment, you bitch.
Yeah.
Oh man. Rolling down the street in my 6'4", says Papa Cotton. That is so funny. Knowing who you are, Papa Cotton, for you to quote that's just hilarious. Get out of here with that. It's funny. He loves talking about like this guy called me the N-word. I sent him some video where I was like being crazy. He's like, I'm gonna fucking get you, N-word. I know he's right.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's continue with old Sturgy.
Titties, buddy.
No, he's way worse than Patrick T. So, Mike Partika, I took away your wrench because I don't trust you with power. There's some people who you can entrust with power. Let me see if they're in here right now.
Mortal V, you can
Mortal
trust.
V,
Beowulf,
yeah.
you can trust.
Yeah. I mean, these are people who exercise power judiciously with restraint. But Mike Partika, you give him a little power. The only power I want to give him is the kind of power that surges through an electric chair, John. That's the only way to deal with folks like him. But we got other people. I'm not really that. I don't feel that way about him. But I did take away his wrench because
Yeah, he's not Patrick T.
no. This
So what happened? I thought you said all criticism should be
Oh,
accepted. It looked
Detective Sturgis, he got him.
It's called humor, Stern. I mean, you need to laugh a little bit. I
Well,
think that's the problem. He's so
yeah.
uptight. It's like you need to let loose and just have some fun, laugh. Like, stop taking this shit serious.
Oh, that's hilarious. Stony McInerney says, "This guy called me the N-word." Well, were you being one?
That's good.
I fucking love Stony. He's so great.
I feel like this would be better like, for his video if he showed the critique or whatever that EVS was responding to or something. Because he's just like, oh, you can't handle a critique. I don't think it's about whatever it is that he. I don't think it's just because he critiqued something. I assume there's more to it than that. Than just a critique.
It's like you could tell when EVS is joking, and if like that's not him mad. Like if you really want to see him mad, the most I've seen him mad is when people was attacking his daughter with autism. I think that was the most pissed off I've seen EVS when he was talking about it. So he's just a God, Sturge, you're such an idiot. He's a retard, like really. And everybody's like, good job, Renown. You're doing the Lord's work. You're really defending Eric July. You're the man. And it's like, what? You should be embarrassed. You all should be embarrassed. This
I
dude
love
is
playing the victim. It's so
Yeah.
crazy.
Well,
Especially
it's the really stupid mindset of like they don't like me because I like something. Like that's never an issue people have with anything. That doesn't make any sense. There's
No.
usually more to it than that. Which is why, like him saying that EVS can't take the critique for demodding the guy. I feel like there's probably other reasons why he did that, other than he critiqued my thing. I
right.
didn't like
Someone
that.
probably
Just get rid of
complained to
Cyberfrog.
EVS that
There's
Mike,
usually more shit, especially after the Dungeoneer shit. There's probably more than just a critique that went around of some kind.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? I feel like there'd be more to it than that for him to
Mike
take a
would put-
wrench away.
I'm pretty sure Mike's a guy that would not be saying things in private. Like he's just going to put it on his channel, like he has already.
Well,
So,
probably.
I don't
but
think
you
he's
know
shy.
what you know.
I
But
don't
you know
think
what I
that's
mean.
got
I'm
him.
I'm just saying it's like it's likely not to just do with the critique. Is my point.
Yeah, it was like he had a wrench. So someone probably got on Twitter like, "Hey, EVS, what the hell? I'm a fan. And I give you money, and then your mod does this." So he figured out who it was. And I was like, "Oh, it's Mike."
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. He probably did something that he just didn't want to have happen in his chat. Not he critiqued my Cyberfrog. I'm gonna demod him. Like that's what's going on here. But whatever.
This is random, but I gotta share this. I gotta ask, since we got a woman here with us, gotta ask her if she can relate. So this is making the rounds in the news. Husband buys sex doll that looks like wife for when she's not in the mood.
She's
With-
probably, she's like, okay, motherfucker, here, have this. Just leave me alone. I got a headache.
Oh yeah, always with the headaches. They just
It's
always
my
come
wife.
on
And
all
I
of a
want
sudden.
it. It's my wife, and I want it now.
That's good, Rook.
That
Was good.
Me and Ricky are really good with each other of like taking the most unrelated shit and making it contextual.
We have the back pocket of just old things we remember that
SpongeBob shit.
we can just insert into a meme suddenly.
It's crazy how much SpongeBob becomes more relevant the older we get.
Oh yes.
God, ain't that's the truth.
Wait. Hey, what's up, Hex Allen?
Hey, Hex. It's so good seeing ya.
Papa Cotton earlier says, I wasn't. He's referring to being an N-word. He says, I was being oppressed. Well, I mean, that's an N-word in a different way. So it's kind of like that Civil War meme of that new movie coming out. Where it's like, what kind of American are you? What kind of inward are you, Papa Cotton? That's the real question.
Oh.
Next one, we've got a woman here. Ew.
Girls got cooties.
Well, no, it's like if you don't notice through the history of my channel, I very rarely have women because usually
I
they have
know.
nothing to add. So you should feel
Oh, that's
very,
true.
you should feel accomplished and valued, Katie, being here.
Thank you. But it is
Yes.
true. Sometimes we really don't have much to add to.
No,
to
he
value
he
in
could
certain
vet through
topics.
he could vet through guests I've had on and go, oh, you've had that woman on. Oh, I listened to the stream.
Nope.
Okay, not gonna have that one on as a guest. It's vetting process.
Well, yeah, it's funny. I'm like, hey, who should we like look at? And he never even mentions.
Well, I'm kind of like, because I know what you want, and I'm like, oh, these people aren't gonna give that to you, so just nope.
Well, that's the thing too. Like my experience, like what I coming into this community, I've been kind of watching on the sidelines for a long time, and then I stopped because I had my son, and he was born at 26 weeks, and so my life, I stepped away from the internet for a very long time because of all that situation, and then like 6 weeks later, my mother passed away, so I didn't get back into it for a while until obviously recently, but I always watch from the sidelines, and this is a man's world. That's the thing that women need to understand. If you're going to come into this community and put yourself out there, don't get pissed if you don't feel like you're these people are misogynist. No, this is a man's world you're stepping into, and you need to be you need to have thick skin and have a personality and not be so uptight. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to know your place.
Yeah, it's like
in this
Joker.
part
It's
of the
like,
internet.
It's like, are you telling me you're a misogynist? Like, yes, and I'm tired of pretending I'm not.
It's a man's world.
Speaking of the man's world, I thought this was pretty good too.
We're married. Of course he drinks my milk more than the baby.
I'm Jay. I like to be on her in the shower.
That is not how this goes. You're supposed to say something that's true.
That is true.
Oh my god.
It's normal. It's normal.
I could just imagine her shock. Like you already see, like she's got these crazy eyes, and then when he says that, she's like, "Oh my god!" I love how nonchalant it is. He's like, it could totally be the tone of it is like, this could be your first time meeting him. It's like, hey, I'm Jay. I like to pee on my wife. That's why I love it, because it's not just undercutting the stupid trend that she's trying to like get on TikTok. It's the tone, it's the delivery. This is a real alpha male.
That's right.
He marks his territory.
Do you wash your hands after you go to the bathroom? Why?
Do you go to church, Katie?
I do.
Well, you shouldn't. No.
I've heard your streams.
No, that wasn't even the angle I was going with. I saw this. Ricky sent this to me.
Oh no.
I thought, how perfect. So, I assuming this is from a church of bowling.
Are you serious?
I didn't see that coming.
I'm like,
Oh
all
my
right,
God, that's
sacrilegious
funny.
humor. That's hilarious. Oh, splitting Christ! What the hell?
I want that's like a public bowling thing. Some like kids church group is going for a bowling thing, and then they see this.
my
The bowling
God.
pins killed Jesus.
I would sit there and be
No,
like,
the
oh my
cross-
God,
the
trying
cross
not to
and
laugh.
Gravity killed Jesus.
Well, guess what? You should have gotten a strike then, Timmy. You stupid. I'll teach you to be better at bowling, or else you kill Jesus.
This is the last one I'll share before we continue Sturgis.
I would have laughed my ass off and then
I was
felt bad
telling
later
Rookie-
and then giggle.
I was telling Rookie he's gotta watch Ryan Long because he is hilarious. I saw him a couple weeks ago with Hoff Solo in Columbus. It was an amazing show. And it's crazy, like who he is on camera, like that's in stand up, like that's really him. He's such a spastic comedian. It's really just on the spot. He's always thinking. Again, it's like a Northeast thing. I think he's from like East Canada, like Toronto, I'm guessing, or like New York or something. This guy is amazing.
Okay, so how are we feeling today?
Just ever since this breakup, I've been depressed.
Now, have you tried not being a little bitch about it, or is that
Tried what?
Yeah, I mean, if not being a bitch isn't on the table, that's no problem. Just thought I'd ask. So you were crying about the breakup?
I wasn't crying.
Sorry, whining about that breakup. Now, did she leave you for another man? General lack of ambition.
Look, is there another doctor here who can prescribe me medication?
Yeah, I think we do have a couple chick doctors here if the male presence is making you uncomfortable. Just legally, if I am going to pill you up, I have to explore a few options first. And now I know manning up's not in the cards. So when your girlfriend left you for this real man.
There is no real man.
Well, I mean, yes, definitely not. It's happening, but I assure you they do exist.
Look, things just haven't been good since I lost my job, okay?
Yeah, we don't really have anything that's going to fix you slothing around the house aimlessly repulsing the women in your life. But what if? Nah.
What?
Yeah, I was just going to propose that you grow a set for once in your life. But
Fuck?
yeah, that's why I didn't say it. So throw a hissy fit.
Look, can you prescribe me medication or not?
So in absence of growing a set, which as you said is out of the question,
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for.
Yeah, I think I have seen some people who are moping around incessantly have some success with this.
I'm not moping around.
Oh, so I guess you don't want it then. Or would you say that does describe you?
Fine, yes, it describes me.
That's all right. Okay, so how we
Oh my God, that's so good.
Oh, there's I'm trying to think. There's another one he did like this. That was. It's funny because sometimes he'll do these jokes where it's like he's kind of hitting at everyone. This is the value of Ryan Long because like he did a song about abortion where it's like his character's married, I think, and he's got his like girlfriend knocked up. And he's like, man, I love women's rights and abortion. You know, I just love when you use your rights as a woman. Trying to manipulate. It's like, yeah, he's like making fun of the liberals, the liberal men. They love abortion because they don't want the responsibility. Let me see. Karen says, thick skin, have you ever watched some of the men in this man's world of comics? Fuck, they are far from having thick skin. They spend their time tweeting about their internet feelers got hurt. Correct. A lot of these guys are kind of pussies, though. Ryan Long kicks ass. He's Canadian. Both him and Danny are. Oh, I thought Danny was from like Philly or New York. Fellas. Yes. Anybody find that footage of any Cliff Richards for me yet? Oh, yeah. I think he's a Brazilian AI amalgamation. I don't think Clip Richards is not real. That is the assumption. Till Rippa flies his ass to Texas and shows us on camera Cliff Richards. I do not believe he is until I feel the wounds on his hands and feet. I am a doubting Thomas of our Lord Cliff Richards. Get what I was going for there? Some Jesus stuff. You get it?
Yes, I did.
All right. A Rippa disciple. Whoa. Hey, Chris Bacon. What's up,
Chris?
The chat here. Good evening, everyone. Oh yeah, I'm going to show your. I was looking at your comics exploration in Vegas. Interesting stuff. I didn't finish it, so I don't know what the guy said about EVS and Rippa, but it'll be a fresh reaction. Essentially, that's what I'm saying. But we're going to do Sturgy first.
Looks like you couldn't take criticism. Sounds to me like you're very upset that Mike Partica, or Mark Partica, however you say his name, gave you some criticism and you couldn't take it. You spurred out, just like he said. So now we also have you attacking a charity, right? Shout out again to Student of God for pulling up these things since you guys
Oh,
want to
that
use
piece of shit.
SJW tactics. It seems to be all is fair in love and war. And since you're not going to play by a certain set of rules, why should I have to? I should, essentially play by your rules since you want to set them. But he says Ethan Van Sciver now promotes buying woke mainstream comics. Just the other day, he attacked Ass for giving money to woke corporations. Clip here. And you can see this screenshot. It says, I think it's important to think about the intent of a charity with the name Comic Books for Kids. Seems like helping them would mean to offer them a wide variety of reading material for sick kids. Did you provide them with Cyberfrog? Yeah, so you're concerned trolling. I don't think you did provide them with Cyberfrog. I don't think they'd even want to read that. But cybernetic cuck frog. A whole run.
Wait, how is he a cuck?
Jesus.
Okay. Well, he's got to hate him in every way.
Well,
he
sure,
can.
but it's like just make it make sense at least. It's like,
Yeah.
Isom has no penis. Like that's just in the anatomy at the end of the book. It's like they clearly use like a eunuch or a woman's body to model Isom in the 3D asset program. It's just that's what's so funny about watching people like this. It's just like, did you see that video we watched, Katie? It was a Rippaverse from long ago. From Isom 1, he was doing a speculation video. So it's what the whole reason I found it was I looked up what are Isom's powers. I was seeing like what would the market be if it was oversaturated to make a what are Isom's powers? I made a parody, like a satire video of what his powers are. And so I'm like, I click on this video, and all it was the most wild speculation. Like someone's like, "Oh, if you really train yourself, you can like fall out of a plane without a parachute and survive if you use these techniques. Be sure to let Eric know about this technique. He could use it in his books." Like, or someone's talking about like, yeah, I think Isom is like so strong that like he can like, use this power in his legs to like when he jumps, he can like glide for a while. It's like, so you're saying he can jump
when he gets in a fight and loses, he can learn how they fought and then fight them and win next time.
Oh yeah, for whatever reason, this guy deduced that because like beginning of the book, he goes to Darren, and then Santuan, his bouncer, except beats the fuck out of him, throws him out into Yaira, and then at the end of the book, he fights Santuan and beats him. But there's never like an escalation where it's like, haha, this is the ace in the hole to beat Santuan. There's nothing. There's no training to like, like Luke Skywalker gets his hand cut off because Vader is toying with him. And then he actually supersedes his father in episode 6 because he trained, he went through trials, he's fulfilled the Jedi requirements. He's like a master, essentially. He's a knight, if not a master.
Right.
And so he vanquishes his father, defeats him in combat. So we see a progression. There's none of that in Isom. He's like the same guy. It's like the next day. There's no, I got a trinket, I got a power up, I got a spell, nothing.
And learned a lesson of some kind.
Yeah,
or
and so this
like,
guy
went into the right reasons.
Says that essentially he's speculating that he's Taskmaster, that because he fought Santuan, now he knows his moves, and so he's like downloaded it to move.
Well, no, not just that. He said that when he got his ass kicked by Yaira, that he learned how to move faster,
which is crazy because he never. Yeah, it's like he thinks it's like
because like in some of the panels he like dodged a few moves, I guess, but it's like that just looks like normal dodging in a fight.
People do that in fights with no training. It's just a human.
Reflex. That's what I was saying. I was like, he learned how to when somebody's trying to punch you, and then they try to punch you again, you can go, ha! I know what to do. I shall try to not be punched in the face this time by moving around. Like anybody can.
Yeah. Hex says Cliff Richards does not exist. What is a concerned troll? I think that is Sturgis. I think he is part troll. Tuck roll.
Wait, so what's the oh, you're doing the chat real quick. Good.
Yeah. Well, it's like this whole charity bullshit. Honestly, I'm totally in line with Dick and Vito about this. Like, what a gay charity. Kids with cancer don't need fucking comic books. Like, their parents or like the hospital making all their millions can provide that. Like most of these books that they're donated are comic stores offloading fucking Captain Marvel #1s that are like half of a long box is just like a couple #1s they overbought thinking this #1's gonna sell well, and now they're just flooded with overstock trash that they can't get rid of. That's what a lot of this stuff is. Yeah, sure, there's people that actually like probably give them books themselves, whatever, but like of all the things a kid would want of 2024, it's not a comic book. It's not even a normal book. They don't even want Harry Potter. They definitely don't want a fucking comic book. They'd rather just get an Xbox and play Spider-Man, or PS4 actually. But
Yeah, because if they play games, that kind of helps keep their mind off their struggles and situation. You know, it's a good escape for them.
yeah, it's an archaic art form that almost no kid's gonna appreciate. It really, there's a reason the format became an adult format. It's not just because the writers wrote more mature stories. It's because it's a archaic niche medium that has been superseded by film and gaming, the internet, TikTok, etc. I don't know. So it's just, yeah, I wouldn't waste my time donating comics to this. Like, whether it's mainstream or my own, whatever. It's just what a waste of time and money. Just actually give the hospital money to cure cancer or something.
Well, hold on. Are they saying that EVS did a Cyberfrog charity thing with this too?
Well, no, he's saying he's concerned trolling because has he given books to charity? It's like, I don't think EVS thought to do this because it's pretty dumb.
I think that EVS has just donated money to charity before, or he's like crowdfunded to donate to the hungry kids or testicular cancer research or something.
Yeah, I think he did the testicular cancer, like troll someone, but it was still like, let me troll them with kindness.
But like he donated money.
Just so smart.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, I'm such a bad person. I donated to cancer research of the balls. Like,
well,
right.
You know what? It's sad. Like, you know, I've done a charity fundraiser for a friend of mine that had cancer, and it was a bluegrass charity, and it was called picking a fight with cancer. You know, picking bluegrass, and
I don't get it.
You don't get it. I'm about to say,
this is a joke with being rookie.
Okay, I was like, you gotta be
every time there's like an obvious layup in a movie, where it's like, I'm like, I don't get it.
I was gonna go with the picking cotton joke, but
well, we do have our house Negro Papa Cotton in the chat, so
that's right. But the point I was making was like, instead of comic books, like I agree with Dick, like give them money, and if anything, give the money to like families that can pay those bills, or you know, parents have to take off work to help be by their children's. I mean, like I said, I experienced it with my son in the NICU. And I had friends and family and my clients donate to our family for, you know, my son being, because I had to take work off, you know, and bills were coming in, and that's what's really important, you know.
Yeah,
donate comic books.
Find a random GoFundMe. Like I saw one where it's like some guy, I think he was like working and like a window broke and he like sliced his arm up. And so like he's out for a while with all these surgeries and the bills are stacking up. It's like you can just find something way more valuable than, yeah, I'm going to demonize this Eric July charity because one, it's really a dumb charity regardless of who Marvel's attached to it, DC. I mean, that's their actual business. It's not just a side hustle that has boomed quickly for no reason.
Right.
Fine, like that's their actual business, so that's not, but like they're attached to Disney, so again, just give them money. Or yeah, it's just like there's so much. Yeah, you can just literally find random GoFundMes. There's actual comic companies that have an actual stock of stories that this is their job. They could do that. We don't need it. And there's so much better to do. It's just silly. And then you try to like moralize like you're so holier than thou because you gave your overstock crap that you overcharged for.
It'd
Well,
be
it's
one
like
thing if he
to me, it's
was.
almost like people that would have donated to a charity instead bought a comic book to send to the hospital.
You know what it is?
instead.
It's fucking Sound of Freedom. I don't know if you fell into this, Katie, but I fucking hate Sound of Freedom. I'm never gonna watch it. I don't know why people fell for this shit. Of like, here's a company who, before they became Angel Studios, they were some studio that would like they got in trouble manipulating like Netflix, Disney, whatever. They have this app where it's like, hey, we have like a safe for your family version of Frozen that's like Christian appropriate. They got like a big like trade copyright, whatever trademark dispute that they had to like shut the shit down because they were manipulating stuff that they didn't own. Which is not very Christian, honestly. You're essentially stealing from these companies. But then like these people are trying to break into Hollywood, break into this like streaming sphere. And so now you got Angel Studios and they make this movie about this guy fighting trafficking.
Right, yeah.
And it's like, you're going to help fight trafficking by buying more tickets for other people to see this movie. It's like, what? Why don't I just
you don't see this movie, then you're helping the traffickers or something.
Right. And my whole thing was like, I think I was on like a Libs TikTok there. I'm like, it's really weird how everyone's like blowing this movie up. Like it's so important to see to fight trafficking. It's like Joaquin Phoenix did a movie about trafficking in like 2017. Batman versus Superman. Batman's introduction is fighting trafficking. Daredevil has a plot thread in the Netflix show about trafficking. That's like three
A
things
lot
that
of
popped in my
media.
head.
It's been a lot of media in general.
Rambo 5, that like his surrogate daughter is killed ultimately because of trafficking, and so he kills a bunch of Mexicans at the end because of it.
Sicario, that's trafficking.
Yeah,
and
Sicario
stuff.
with drug trafficking. Yeah, with people. There's so much that's already happened, and no one made a big deal about. We are seeing this movie to fight trafficking. It's a big grift by Angel Studios. They morally manipulated you with their product, guilted you into
What
it.
they were saying, we are bringing awareness to trafficking.
Oh my God. It's really important to raise awareness. It's like, I think people know,
especially if you're a YouTuber and you're talking about Sound of Freedom, talk about the like where you can donate actual charities to or something. Like,
or better yet,
I don't know.
Better yet, since you're so concerned, how about you share links about how to like become a collegiate route to get in law enforcement, to be in these like task forces that go overseas and do this, or to join the border patrol to fight trafficking, actually doing something, or just at worst finding actual charities. Like I think Gina Carano has some shit that does this. Probably just a PR move, but still like good on her, ultimately. I don't think giving an upstart studio more money helps fight trafficking. If anything, you're probably aiding trafficking with the casting couches.
Well, because you think it's like, let me have a lemonade stand where I'm going to sell it for $5, but I'll donate $1 to a charity. Just donate the money you would have spent on the lemonade to the charity. Like, what do you mean? Like, it's not. You're not really you're kind of using the promise of donating to a charity to sell your product or something.
Yeah.
Well, I kind of. Maybe I did fall for it, but I did see some things come out recently about the guy that directed them, that said he did the actual operations he was the character in the movie that directed the movie. But there were some things coming out about him, so I did hear there's some controversy around it. I didn't go see it because to be honest with you, like as a parent, I can't watch that shit, man. I can't do it. It's
I can't see a movie.
It's hard. It's hard because you think of your child. Like I will always say this. You look at the world in a completely different light when you have a child. Like everything you thought and knew, it's nothing. You see everything different now. You see the world different. You see people different. You look at everything different. And it's like I can't do that. But it's funny you talk about this. They had the tickets and they were like, well, if you don't feel like you can stomach or handle watching this movie, then you can donate a ticket. And I was like, what? Like, donate?
So
Like,
you're
if I don't want to
trafficking
go see it,
tickets.
but I do want to support. Like, if I don't want to go see it, but I want to support the film, I can pay for someone's ticket pretty much. And
Yeah.
that was a little bit of a red flag.
You
'cause
know
I
why
thought that
everyone
was a weird
saw this?
delivery.
You know why everyone on YouTube pushed this? Because this was a Fox property that got shelved when Disney bought Fox. Because Disney executives probably saw it like, oh man, I don't want to be associated with this with our brand.
Right.
And YouTubers want to spin it because they make all their money crapping on Disney. So this is why it was a big deal for YouTubers. They don't really care. It's to crap on Disney. Like, Disney shelved this movie because they're groomers.
Right.
Well, because then you think
Yeah.
they'd still be pushing it now, even after it's been out for the longest
no,
time. Buy it
it's-
on DVD. Make sure you get your DVD copy of Sound of Freedom and help stop the things. But anybody doing that? No.
Yeah, no, you don't see anyone
No, it's
pushing
done.
Sound of Freedom anymore.
Well,
Like,
the
me
movie's
and
out
Ricky,
now. Who cares anymore?
we
True,
joke
it's
about
quiet
it.
now.
We
It's
beat
on
child
Prime.
trafficking. It's all done now. It's done. We won. We won. Hashtag we won.
Also,
Yeah, it's quiet now. I
Jim-
agree with you. You don't hear about it. Nothing about it now.
No, what happened to the momentum? Oh, because it had to do with the movie. But so you don't actually care. You just wanted them to see the movie that shows this. Like, what are you fucking talking about? Like
Well, it's funny.
that's why that's an example of it falling more into a grift. It's like you're not really caring about it. You're just, it's a movie that has this there, and you want people to see the movie.
Yeah, it's like they
that's-
love talking about Mulan because the Uyghur camp, where they got all these like Muslims in prison. It's like, it's funny if you actually dig into it. It's like, well, like there's arguably like terrorist problems with the Uyghur people because they're Islamic. So the Chinese round them
Yeah.
up and put them in camps to stop the problem, and they sterilize them. It's definitely like human rights problems, but it's like, well, it's like they're not getting World Trade Centered, are they? Wonder why? Because they take care of the problem. Like, the same people will like lean into like, haha, Muslims are terrorists, but then oh no, Disney thanks the Uyghur camp. They're so two-faced.
Yeah.
And just the
Exactly.
trailer of like Jim Carrey's like, God's children are not for sale. I mean, they literally are. That's what the movie's about. Idiot. Whoever wrote that, they thought they were really cool. Like, oh man, got him. It's like,
one man, one survivor. God's children are not for sale.
oh my god.
Yeah, but isn't there like something going on real quick? Because I know we're getting off topic, but isn't
Yeah.
there something the guy that played that, not the guy that played Jesus, but he played the guy that's directing the movie that did the operations. Isn't there something going on with him? Like he's in some sort of controversy right now.
I know there was like QAnon stuff because Jim Caviezel. So people try to
No,
smear the movie.
well, I did know that, but it's something about he did something, and like some organization he's in that does some crazy shit with kids. I don't know. Like I said, this was like headlines or something I've seen just randomly through the Twitter feed.
Let
I
me
don't
look it
know.
up. Freedom. News. Sound of Freedom Act passes Alabama House of Representatives. That's the newest thing I'm finding.
He's
Rolling
the guy that's
Stone.
the character in the movie.
Are you talking about the actual like person it's
The
about?
actual dude. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some allegations. Like, it's weird because it's like I saw Dick talk about it where it's like, I'm just paraphrasing what his hearsay is, but it's like it sounded really shady where it's like he's actually like manipulating these women he's saving to be part of his operation to like dig in deeper, where it's like it might actually be a necessary evil kind of thing where it's like, yeah, we're saving you, but we still need you to like sneak in further into this operation, where it's like you're kind of victimizing people to get a net positive saving. Like, I don't know. It sounds like, like a kind of like informant or an actor to like get you in.
Yeah.
Or it sounds shady, but it's like necessary because like, how else is it going to work?
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It might be just that, but yeah, it just doesn't look good on paper, especially when it's like clearly like Republican angled stuff in today's world. It's just no stone unturned is going to happen with that.
Yeah.
But speaking of Sound of Freedom, Sturgis.
He needs some freedom from his whatever he's got going on.
Spider-Man would be nice. I don't think offloading them the overstock of your obscure crowd-funded comic is what they're looking for. Let's take a listen to this clip.
What the fuck? That's not the point, dude. We're not carrying. It's not about your finances diminishing. It's about you taking your money and giving it to Hollywood studios that you profess to despise. And by the way, the idea that like anyone's listening to you guys and not going to see these movies, no, you guys have created a whole culture here that encourages people to go spend money on Hollywood pap so that they can sit there and make videos like this, making fun of it and try to be funnier than you guys. You create curiosity for these films.
Yeah, it's interesting how you're attacking F&T and anyone on it when no one actually cares over there. They don't even pay attention to you, dude. We also have some more stuff that was brought up.
Wait, Tony, how he's making fun of. What was his point?
He's trying to say EBS is two-faced because he's saying like, oh, why don't you like give him a full run of Spider-Man would be cool. So Sturgis is assuming he's saying, oh, buy new Spider-Man from Marvel that's woke. Which, if you watch these channels, they're all praising Hickman's new Ultimate Spider-Man. Or the Ultimates, whatever. It's a new run of Spider-Man where he's married, he's got Mary Jane and kids. I haven't read it yet, so I don't know. But they're all praising this. We're like, oh, is this an unwoke comic? Oh boy, this is a gem, like but no, it's like Sturgis is just assuming he's talking about modern day comics and not just Spider-Man in general with his whole history of 60 years now.
Yeah, I feel like he was clearly mentioning just like good Spider-Man, essentially.
Yeah. It's just funny. It's like, no, these are not the same thing. It's like EVS's point about these people crapping on stuff incessantly. It only makes people curious of like, how bad is it really? Like, I'm actually more excited to watch assumed bad movies than like.
That's what you and I do half the time. That's why we saw the Marvels. That's why, you saw Madam Web. I mean, that's like what was the.
Well, no, Madam Web was like, yeah, this looks bad from the start, but also, trying to be concrete, I should probably give my opinion about anything comic related. So that was also the angle of why I would look into that movie. Just so, future people can come back and see like my track record and be like, oh, okay. So like he's got a well-rounded take on the media of comics related stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Past it in this P to the E to the D to the O scum is no victim. He is the monster, so those are not coping skills. There's a huge difference between victim and survivor. Victims cry and make it about themselves. Survivors fight and make it about the monster. So we'll take a look at these real quick. It says, my only goal here has always been support and love. To this end, I've looked past many things, hoping that love and faith would prevail, and that even with my terrible social skills, my lack of humor, and my naivety, I could build something good we could share. It has been discovered that this person was arrested for possession of CP. This is sickening and destroys every bit of ignorant, naive trust I had left. I was caught blindsided and effing dumb, and some work depicting his OC appears in our printed work. That being said, for those who, like me, were friends and associates or worked with this person, I hate to be the bringer of this news, but everyone deserves to know. I carry no malice and I hope he gets the help he needs. So this was the person that was supposed to originally write Cyberfrog. Flashback Sunday, Ethan Van Sciver has a long history of targeted harassment campaigns against other.
Wait, what? When I never heard Slick Jimmy was associated with Cyberfrog. What are you?
I never heard of that either.
I don't remember. Could have been maybe,
Rippaverse
but I
is
don't
just another
remember.
example. So now we're moving on to, of course, my haters. Oh yes, we have to also
So
bring.
he's doing the weird connecting the unrelated threads meme from Sunny in Philadelphia. It's like, oh, it's all connected. It's like none of this goes together, but like his idiots are going to just eat it up. But like none of this is associated together. Like
Yeah, no,
he's
I'm
talking
like,
about
is he
Friday
getting
Night
to a
Tights and
point
Trash
yet?
Cast, but then he's like, oh yeah, this PDF file from long ago, early CG.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I was like, does he have like a point he's trying to get to by showing this, or is he just saying things at random, thinking that it goes anywhere? Like what?
That's the
Bring
thing
this
with
up, the
him.
fact that
Like he goes off with like these thread. Like that's all his content is what's going on Twitter, and he usually starts it just so he can get some reaction to make the content, and it's really hard to understand like what his points are. It's you try to follow, but it's like reading a book. You get to reading, and then your mind goes somewhere else. You're like, shit, I need to go back and read that again. You know what I'm saying? That's Sturge. that's like watching Sturge. It's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, from what little I know about him, he seems to take what other people say and just go, I see that you're coping and seething and not liking that we like other things. Or it's like,
Yeah,
is that
he'll
what
say
you took
cope
from
and
things?
seethe,
Like,
where
I
it's
don't.
like I'm
From what?
like I'll say it's fun to watch the Rippaverse tank campaign to campaign. It's failing. And we're like, multi-million, cope and seethe. And it's like, yeah, this is clearly a winning track record that Eric's building.
From 3.7 million to a million
And
less.
then it'll
to
say
another
cope and
million
seethe,
less.
and it's like, I'm
Okay.
totally coping and seething, and I have my picture. I'm holding all 3 Rippaverse books.
Well,
Smiling.
they think
It's like
they
he's
think
trying.
they think that you don't understand that backing his stuff means that he won't fail, or like you're supporting him. They're like,
Well,
he
it's like he's
doesn't
going to
even
fail, but it's not going to be
understand.
my fault that he fails because I'm day one backer.
But like they think that you don't get the buying his books support him or something.
I don't
Just like,
care.
No.
It's
I know. I'm just saying that's funny. That's what they think because they think that you're serious when you're like, I'm gonna take him down. You're not.
yeah, I'm going to take them
He's
down
funny.
because they are the SJWs. All right, you've
Yes.
seen this with Star Wars, with Marvel stuff. There's this game plan where it's like, oh, this looks woke. This looks terrible. It's gonna have girl power, force interface, whatever. Oh, look, diversity castings. It's gonna be bad. Like, how do you know? It's not even out. It's just a trailer. And it's like, all right. So then you go the Nerdrotics route and you go see it, and it's like, then they just disregard your actual knowledge of the product and just typecast you as istism phobe. And that's what they do. They love you say something like, haha, Eric's failing or whatever, what a bitch. And they'll be like, they're attacking a successful black man. They love invoking when they invoke race or they disregard your actual investment to have an opinion. This is an SCW playbook. They always move the goalposts.
Yeah, that's like their talking point. That's all they say. It's like, you only hate him because he's black. You only hate him because he's black and successful. And I'm like, it doesn't.
That's
have
not the only
to
reason.
Do anything. Well, to me, exactly. And it's like to me, it's like that has nothing to do with that, man. Like you're missing the whole point of why we do not care for this man. And with Sturgis, it's like he's trying. It's to me sometimes I feel like maybe he kind of knows things suck for Eric, but he's trying to convince himself that it's not, that's not what's really happening. And if I simp harder for him, the dreams will come true, and Eric will continue to be successful, and I'll monetize my haters.
Well, what Sturgis is doing, and I think it's somewhat conscious, but I don't think he like fully grasps what he's doing. I don't think he's fully understanding what he could be.
Right.
He's really good at like this thumbnail game of invoking Eric all the time, even if it's like only tangentially related to him. So he's good at like the pitch in his title to get like Rippatards to like flock and engage.
Right.
And he'll share all these like unrelated things and try to put it in one thing. So then it's such a slog that like their brains can't comprehend the unrelatedness of each thing.
Yeah.
And so this gives him more fervor, like this invoking the Slick Jimmy with Cyberfrog, which I've never heard anyone invoke that guy who's associated with Cyberfrog.
Never, yeah.
And he just like says this, like, at least to this point, I don't have to say blatant lie until proven otherwise. And then just moves on as like, yep, I'm secure in this, and now I'm going to secure another point. And, this idiotic confidence. And then also he's so obtuse. He doesn't get like, oh, look, I caught EVS. Detective Sturgis on the case. He caught EVS melting down about Mike Partika. He has no understanding of humor. It's just like Eric. These are all autistic SJWs. They don't understand humor. They would probably love that like lesbian Netflix chick stand-up comedian has got a new special. They'll probably love that, honestly. Somebody can introduce says, you're attacking a successful black man. Yes, that's why I'm here. I just wanted to say earlier, I don't know if I feel like you should understand that if you watch me for a while, like you have, but don't ever feel defensive if like me and Ricky are confident stating an opinion that you can't like clap back. I don't think that, but you're a woman, so you have to be conscious of like this is like a normal thing where women will kind of like hunker down a bit with their opinions with like men present. They'll roll with the flow.
I think the way you make your point is very intriguing. Like it's like, oh, I never would have thought of it that way. Yeah, you make I don't know, you're very confident in what both of y'all are very confident in what you think, and you look things on the outside. You don't focus what's going on. You're like on the outside looking in, and you can see the other side of the pancake, I guess is what they say. I don't know, but no, it makes sense.
See the other side of the pancakes. Yeah.
Yeah, I get so
I don't
irritated.
feel defensive. Like I'm like, oh yeah, because I feel like I can give you my point, and you're not going to be assholes about it. I don't know. I don't get that vibe. So
yeah, I just want to make sure you're not ever like feel like you need to be hesitant to like state.
No,
well, actually, I think like the complete opposite.
Yeah, Angus and I pretty much found each other based on having disagreements, pretty much.
Yeah, we're
y'all
always
have known
like
each other for a long time, haven't you? I mean,
oh yeah, like 6 years.
Oh yeah, so there you go. It's like me and my best friend. Yeah, I get it. No,
yeah, it's funny. I introduced him.
I think that's why. Go ahead.
Oh, no, sorry.
I was gonna say, like, I think that's why y'all make good chemistry, and that's why I kind of enjoy listening to y'all's conversations, especially yours, Angus, because it's the way you it's the way you express it out there. It's the way you put it out there to where it's I don't know. It's hard to explain. It's good to listen to it.
Yeah, we just try to be honest, I guess, with how we see things. It's funny, like I introduced Ricky to BVS, and we had like an argument for like an hour about the opening of Batman. We're like, what the fuck? What is this? And I'm like, there's a lot of context to why this works and like the metaphor Snyder's going for with Batman.
For BVS. For BVS.
And I was explaining like, well, like kind of like Uncle Ben, where it's like, as much as I hate them not even really giving any time to Uncle Ben as an idea really in MCU, especially after they did the whole Aunt May Uncle Ben angle with No Way Home. At the same time, it's so permeated as like a given. And so it's like, you can't replicate what Raimi did. You got to do something different. They've already done it with Batman in Batman 89. They hinted at it in a different capture in Batman Forever with Val Kilmer. You got Batman Begins that, starts the iconic Nolan trilogy. And you got all the comics that, dig back into this well of the parents. So what Snyder did kind of skimming it, but making it artistic and this like metaphor of Batman and his psyche. I was like, this is actually brilliant. Same one about Snyder, but he's got moments of brilliance. And it's just funny because like Rookie's like got none of this angle. And he's just like, what the fuck? He's flying with the bat. What this is stupid. I'm like, go fuck yourself.
I still stand by it though. It still looks goofy. I don't care.
And it's all right that you're wrong.
It's all right that you have a dim-witted opinion, but that's okay. That's okay.
Well, it's only dim-witted Sturgis types like yourself.
That's exactly what a caveman would say.
It's almost like, I know you're retarded, but I love you, bro.
That's how we both
You're
see
retarded,
each other.
but I care.
Oh yeah, it's funny. Because I get so flabbergasted by Rookie's food opinions. It's like, you're as fat as me, and you like hate everything. You won't try anything. I'm like, what the fuck? How are you fat? And I was at the gas station yesterday getting my like daily drink with the subscription thing, and I was gonna get a Coke regular, and it was like coming out like barely any syrup. I'm like, tasting like fuck. Let me try. All right, I wasn't feeling today. Let me try cherry Coke. I'm like, oh fuck, it's coming out the same way. And I'm like, all right, Diet Coke. Try Diet Coke. Fuck. I'm like, I'm trying to tell a person behind me like, hey, this Coke's not, because like there's a whole fountain as wide as like my desk, and this one was like right behind me for Coke too. I'm like, yeah, the Coke's not working, and she doesn't like hear me or something. It's like, I guess I'll try Pepsi. I got Ricky on the phone this whole time, and he's like, haha, Pepsi. I'm like, because if you don't know, I learned this from a Rogan podcast. Coke is the only true cola because it's the only. I don't even know if pharmaceuticals can do this. They're the only company, for this argument at least, that can import coca leaves to make the flavonoids for Coca-Cola. They are the only true cola. Everyone else is making some sort of natural flavor, artificial cola taste. That's why Pepsi tastes so different than Coke. So it's like,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and so like, but I normally like a root beer or Sprite guy, but I've become a Coke guy. And learning that, it's like, oh yeah, Pepsi is a last resort. Or if it's like, all right, I actually don't want the full flavor, then I'll settle for Pepsi because it's like a little tamer. But knowing that, it's like, oh, this is actually the only real deal. So that's the context behind like, Pepsi. All right, Pepsi. And it's like, all right, that's sufficient, but it's still kind of weak. And then I'm talking to this woman, he's like, cherry. I'm like, she's like, oh, all right, cherry Coke. And I'm like, oh man, it's fine. I'm like, this guy doesn't like cherry Coke. She's like, what? Fuck this guy. And I'm like, oh, it's so great. Like your horrible opinions are making, commonplace interactions in the wild. Thanks, Rookie.
I mean, it's not my opinion that I prefer Pepsi over cherry and vanilla shit. No, thank you.
Oh, BTM asks, Katie, are you having a bad hair day? Why are you off screen?
Actually, no. I'm actually having a good hair day. I'm just I'm in me and my husband's bedroom, and I just didn't get a chance to set up location where I usually am. So I just figured, well, we'll just do this real quick. So
Speaking of bad,
it takes a minute to set up my thing when I am on camera. So I just with tonight I didn't have time to do it.
Women,
so.
am I right? Gotta get their face ready and their hair did and everything.
Speaking of bad hair days, this is
God.
Amanda Bynes.
Hey Hillary, it's Amanda Bynes here. I wanted to thank you.
Is that really her?
Oh, what happened to her?
That
Jesus
means a
Christ.
lot to me. I cannot wait to get my license. I'm so excited to start doing nails. I hope you'll come to my nail salon when I get my license. That would be great. I would love to meet you. And to answer your question, what was my favorite film or TV project that I worked on? I would probably say.
I just made when you see that first part, she's talking about opening a salon, getting her license.
When she said Hillary, I thought this was like a video
no.
to here's to the future president, Hillary Clinton. Or something.
Yeah, it's crazy because like she had this big podcast kickoff, and then she's like, yeah, thanks for it being like success. I think I'm going to quit podcasting and get my like beautician license. It's like,
yeah,
what?
I wonder what happened with her in acting because
Nickelodeon.
Honestly, she did Nickelodeon. I think she was in a couple of movies, and then that was like it.
Well, it's like the assumption is she's part of like the Nickelodeon grinder.
She was in a couple of other TV shows.
Right. But like she got fucked in the head from Nickelodeon being a kid actor. That's like the assumption, given the allegations with that Snyder.
Yeah,
guy.
you bring that up. There's only like a few that I think are still sort of around that were on the Nickelodeon Young Disney.
We were reading about it. Drake Bell from Drake and Josh. He got busted for he was interacting with like a 15-year-old, like Razor Fist and Tug apparently, and well, it might have been earlier actually, and then like something kicked off legally when she was like 15, and then it like culminated with like I guess a guilty verdict where he had to do like community service or something. It wasn't like he raped her, but it was like strange activity.
Probably bought drinks or something for minor.
I can't remember what it was, but it's just like, yeah, he like copped to it. So he's part of like the arguable grinder of Nickelodeon is what I'm getting at.
All I know is as a hairdresser, and that no, honey, don't. Nobody's going to come to you with those eyebrows. Nobody's going to come to you to get. You look like you shouldn't be trusted.
Well, it's like she was getting big on Amanda's show and stuff when I was like a tween, so she's like, a crush interest, and then she becomes a woman. It's like
she is in like She's the Man. She was in What I Like About You. She's in a different TV show, and
She's
a
the
couple
Man.
other
Yeah,
movies.
Amanda Bynes is a big name, man. She's been in a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and she's
that was like all when she was like under 25, and then just nothing.
Yeah. Them eyebrows, they do not go with the
for her trying to sell like, hey, come to my beauty thing, try to probably look camera ready,
like the part, look like you know what you're doing.
And she was an actress, so I think she should know how to look fake at least a little bit.
Like look at this.
Why did she do all that?
Oh my god, I didn't. If you didn't tell me that was her, I don't think I would have guessed that was her.
I don't
like,
understand.
That doesn't look like the same person. It looks like
this is
human.
This right here, this is Katie's neighbor in their trailer park.
Tammy. She sits outside a front porch a lot and has a beer and tells everybody to go fuck off. Yeah, that's Tammy.
Yeah, Amanda was never like hot, but she was always like, yeah, that's a nice one.
What are you talking about? Never hot.
I said she's a nice one, dumbass. Like she's not just... No,
Amanda.
I would have put her in the hot
beautiful
category, but she's good.
Well, given like growing up, what was hot on TV, like she was up there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, for that.
Yeah, it's like no, there's like some age-related fondness from being younger when she was a big name.
I guess I kind of felt that way with like Vanessa Hudgens and stuff. Yeah,
Vanessa. Wait.
She was like the you probably know her more from the no, you wouldn't.
High School Musical.
Yeah, she was that one. But
I know I've seen the trailers. I never watched it.
I remember she was.
We're gonna have to watch the High School Musical series.
No, we won't.
Yes,
no,
it's gonna be part of the coin toss. Yes, it will.
You already put me through Mamma Mia again. Fuck
Mamma Mia. Have you seen Mamma Mia, Katie?
Yeah, a long time ago though.
But you just sound like you don't like it.
No,
no, it was good. It was good. I like the Windex spray. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I fucking hate that movie.
It was so long ago.
Rookie, you never saw Iron Man in theater, did you, Rookie?
I did. I told you that like the Iron Man and Dark Knight and stuff were like the first superhero movies I watched where I was like, superhero stuff, huh? Because I never grew up with superheroes. I grew up with Power Rangers, Pokemon, and stuff.
Yeah, I grew up with the superhero cartoon on Fox, and then didn't watch Pokemon really. I played a little bit of the game, but didn't have money to invest, and then never grew up Power Rangers, even though I was interested. I knew of them, wanted to be into it. So it's funny we had like the opposite. But yeah, it's like I didn't see Iron Man or Dark Knight when it came out, but like going into adulthood a couple years later, like I got the DVDs and so watching them all the time. They were amazing. But yeah, it's funny because for some reason Ricky got drugged as a kid to see Mamma Mia, so he just
Well, no, it was
best
again. We were on vacation. We were on vacation in New York, or if not New York, we were. I forget where we were exactly, but we could have. We didn't have to see a movie. It was like our chill day of the week we were there, and we could have seen like Hancock or something. But then my dad and sister wanted to see Mamma Mia, and then my brother and mom and I were like, "Oh Jesus! Like, what is this? Like, okay, let's give it a shot." And then it's like, they're just teary eyed and Mamma Mia, hey, reading the diary, dot dot dot. No, oh my God, like all their little problems. Like, oh well, he loved me. Oh, this girl. Oh, blah blah. Shut up. Like, which guy will I choose? I don't give a shit.
I love it
Not for
because
me.
it's kind of like, well, I didn't see this as a kid, so I'm seeing it first time this year or last year, and it's kind of in that realm of Barbie where I love it because it's kind of revealing of like the woman's psyche with the mom, where it's like the mom plays it off like, oh yeah, I have like these like trysts that kept falling apart, and I don't know which one is the dad and whatever. And oh man, they're back. And
but these three James Bond-esque men all
yeah,
want
and
me
then
and are all cool with each other and have no malice or no conflict at
the
all.
daughter's like,
It's
oh my
all-
God,
it's all
one of them
nice.
might be my dad. Which one's my dad? I've never known my dad. What a sinking hole in my existence.
She's like putting her
before my
relationship
marriage.
at risk to find out
Who
who her
will walk
father
me
is.
down
What
the
the
aisle?
hell?
And it's just like the selfishness of the mom. It's like this is kind of like the OnlyFans
She wants the girl to work there forever.
mindset of today is like through the mom, where it's like, oh my God, this was happening back in 2008. This was written like the 70s. So like this is why I love it. And then it's Amanda Seyfried and she's gorgeous. So it's like, why would I be mad watching her for 2 hours being happy?
Right.
God,
Yeah.
she's so pretty.
Fuck that movie.
But yeah, it's like, I don't know. There's times where it's like I can appreciate female entertainment at the least of like seeing pretty girls being silly and like it's more or less a princess scenario. I guess it's a nice mental reset when I'm so into like Heat and Dark Knight and Seven and just like intensive male like thought films. It's nice to just decompress with girl.
It's
movies.
a palate cleanser. It's a palate cleanser for you.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh yeah, it's fine if you gotta leave in a bit. Did you get any Eric July stuff that you wanted to cover?
No, I haven't had a chance to clip any. Well, I clipped, but I haven't had a chance to do anything. But that stream, the most recent I did, if you check my channel, I think it was yesterday. I put one up with him and Az talking about Yaira situation. The Yaira update, maybe. Yeah,
Trans
that's the
hero of
most
the
recent.
Rippaverse.
Yeah, I got a lot of stuff I got to clip. I
The
got a lot of work to do.
The clip her verse, of course.
It's really.
No, just kidding.
Well, it feels like that sometimes, but yeah, I've got so much. Yeah, this one.
Because this is going to be news to Az as well. So check this out. All right, so we have been pondering on it. Obviously, we're getting prepared for Yairo. That is like right around the corner, So be.
Oh wait, really? It's funny. He had MegaCon, which would have been a prime opportunity to release blonde, big titty lady comic.
I know.
To nerds, perfect opportunity, and he drops Horseman.
That's
and
what
then
I'm saying, man. It's so It's like you are missing the ball. Like you say, you're a businessman,
Could have
but
had the Saskas dressed up as Yaira or something at the con.
That would hurt.
oh god, could have eaten the shit up out of it. You know, like can you imagine, like all the
We're the
Yaira
twins. Yaira army assemble.
I know with their love bombing they do. I mean, it could have worked. He's such an idiot, man. He really missed the ballpark on that because I was kind of looking forward to it because I'm like, this is when he has to talk about Yaira, has to. And you were like, I remember Angus, you were like, no, it's going to be Sunday. And I'm like, all right, well, wait.
Yeah,
on
the
Sunday,
end of
then
the
it's
con,
the last
perfect
day.
day. So like,
Yeah,
get out like Babe Ruth.
Didn't happen.
Horseman on a Saturday, and what was Sunday? Nothing.
Nothing.
His other big thing was he was on a panel with some weirdo, no name, talking
Oh
about,
yeah, that woman.
and then now it's like, oh, big announcement from the Rippaverse, a fucking art book of crappy Alphacore. And it's like, this is the problem with Disney. Disney has so many properties that like they're like tripping over themselves sometimes week to week with releases, or they're crowding their own slate. And it's like, for whatever reason, Eric is like, someone might have been interested in Yair. It's like, well, I'm a brokey actually. I pretend I'm cool or whatever. So I got to vote my Yair money to Horseman now later down the line, or Gading. And then right before Yair, he's already talking about this art book. He's like tripping over himself. I don't know if he's trying to pad time. If he's trying to get, someone's speculating he's trying to like grift funds because he's sinking.
Yeah. I think so too. Because this is very random. Like, this is random timing. Like, everybody's on the edge of their seat with Yaira, and you come out with a Joe Bennett book. Like, it's needing money for this Yaira campaign because he doesn't have it or something. And it's also because of his sisters. I'm sorry. I don't care what anybody says. I truly believe that he is delaying this because of the sisters. Like, and I think it's what's hurt his sales, which in turn he needs this book to make up for that. That's what I think is going on.
Maybe. I would assume that he'd want it out as quickly as possible and have it done with, maybe sooner rather than later.
Well, they said February. All right, so like they had the excuse of winter, which ends
one more week.
March 20th is this transition to spring. But he had the excuse of winter, but they said February, so he's got a week left, and he announces this.
They got Yaira Spring coming,
and locked on our social media. So in between time, we figured that we do this, and we've floated the idea out there. There's been some great responses from our audience, from the customers, and this is something that they are intrigued by and something that they wanted. And it's a little new thing for us. So this is what we're doing. We have a new series. It is called The Art Of. And in this series we're going to be doing is showcasing some art from the artist that we select, whoever it may be. So we're starting out with one of our best, in Joe Bennett. And
one of your best. You have two artists effectively. You have Joe Bennett for one issue of Alphacore, and you have Clip Richards of ISOM 1 and 2. And I'm assuming Kanan White. No, Kanan White only did the cover for Yaira. It's that lady that's doing Yaira. Her art's all right.
Oh, Reenie.
Not Reenie. Not Reenie.
No, not Reenie. That's ISOM 3.
She's a chick that worked for, I think she did Deja Thoris. Let me look it up really quick. But it's like, the way he says it, it's like, oh, our rich line of two artists. I know he has inkers and colorists, whatever, but effectively he's got two artists thus far. Such demand.
And the title of this is The Art of Joe Bennett, Alphacore, number 1. Now, with this book, you're going to be getting, and he selected them himself. So you haven't seen a lot of these. Some of them you may have, but most of these you haven't seen. It's over 30 pages plus, straight original pencils of Joe Bennett and the Alphacore book. So you're going to see the original pencils that he did for the book that he selected. Fabio Jansen is going to be the commentator on each page. He also does a beautiful forward, by the way, for him. But he is the inker, which I guess is technically an announcement. He's the inker of the upcoming Horseman book with him and Chuck Dixon. So he's a good friend, very, very good friend, close friend of Joe. And yeah, here we go. So we're going to see how this plays out and if this is something that we really want to keep going with. Someone did ask me, hey, if this does well, what do you think about doing the same thing for Cliff? Absolutely, I'm willing to entertain it. That's kind of the point with this thing, is to see kind of where the market is. So we did want to go a safe route with it. And the way that we're gonna do that is we're gonna release a collectible version of it. I don't think the price has been made public. It's $30, by the way. It's a collectible metallic cover that we're going to be doing for this, and we're going to limit it to 2,000. If they sell out, awesome. If they don't, that's fine as well. This is a way for us to sort of gauge the market. So we figured, why don't the first ones that we release be a...
You should have done 1,000, you idiot. I don't know if you saw this. I was looking at Rippaverse YouTube, and they like one of the videos was announced like cover blank for Alphacore, limited to 5,000 copies.
Jeez.
Let me look up Alphacore campaign. Alphacore.
Yeah, he was like, if it doesn't sell, then okay. If it sells out, cool. You know, it's just like the 2,000.
No, I'm actually fine with that statement, but it's the fact of like the numbers.
Right.
Here's the campaign. All right. So
I think it's the way he delivers it that makes me.
So he sold let's see, let's say 12.5 plus let's say 17. So he sold, let's say 20,000 books. So, but for one cover to be limited to 5,000, when he's only got 13,000 total purchasers, that means people are buying multiple covers, which is whatever. It's fine. That's the whole point. You have variants, so you sell multiple and people speculate. Cool. But an art book for a series, a universe that went from 40 plus thousand till I think 20,000, give or take, to now he's down to 13,000. And he's trying to, his first art book is not Isom, his star launch point character of the universe. It's just silly. And then you're saying no, you should start with like, this is gonna be limited to 500. I'd probably go to like 250 just to make it real fear of missing out. And you can really jack the price up. And also it's just, I don't know, it's all layered. 2,000, that's a lot for a fucking, it's just an art book. People already have the art.
I know.
Collectible version. It's going to be a limited.
I was going to say, when I heard him say 2,000, I was like, bro, that's a... And you know what he said too? He's like, well, if we sell out and people want more, we'll just do another mass print, you know? And I'm like, oh my God, so you're going to... He should have just said, we have this many. He, instead of saying how many he had, he should have had like a deadline. Like, you have until this time to get it. After that, you can't get no more, you know?
Yeah, you just stack it where it's like, all right, we're doing this. And then like, when you campaign, you're like, oh, actually, this is it. We're never printing this version again. This is exclusive for this time frame.
Right.
And yeah, make the number way lower. Because this is a problem too. It's like, oh, hurry up and get your CGC Isom and never again. You're gonna miss out. And then Alphacore, it's like, oh, we got CGC Isom that was supposed to be already sold out. Like,
right.
Huh.
So he changed a little bit. He's changed his business plan with this in a way.
Yeah.
It's going a little different.
He's supposedly got what, like $250,000 or more per quarter. He said his operating costs are. So he's spending over $1 million a year running this warehouse. And here's the thing about the warehouse: if he was trying to start like an Image Comics on his own as like a publisher and distributor to take on like be like the Diamond Comics of independent comics, that'd be something. You know, trying to be like a Critical Blast. Critical Blast is a distributor for, independent comics, mainly Comicscape, but, he does fulfillment. But Eric has said, like, I'm not doing Yellow Flash's book. It's not a Rippaverse book. I remember long ago he said something like, oh, I'd only do other people's books if it was like, I got like half the ownership of it. And he just wants to do Rippaverse exclusive books, which is fine. But the investment he's put into this warehouse and the employees and the staffing and shit, and whatever maintenance for like his at least hand forklifts, if not actual, driving forklifts, etc. It's not adding up to be successful unless someone funnels money in somewhere. This doesn't make any sense. Like EVS has not gone this far, is the thing. And it's like he's been doing this longer. A lot of merchandise dealing with, lots of campaigns to retool into other campaigns for like, hey, we got this stock. He's not gone this far. That should tell you something. This all makes sense if Rippa was actually trying to like bring other people in, at least to publish through. Where it's like, hey, like Alterna or something, where it's like, hey, this guy has this comic. It's full. It's got 4 issues, 6 issues, whatever. He's publishing like a comic store version of his book through Alterna. It's cheap and affordable. Like Brian Polito does this with Lady Death, where it's like you have your quarterly campaigns. It's got these exclusive versions and niche versions, perks and stuff being a backer. And then you can go to the comic store months later and get the like $6 version that is just standard edition. You're just getting the story.
Yep.
Oh my god.
So that's it. We'll see kind of what happens. Yes, if it does sell out, a non-metallic version of the book will be released right after it. And it will be put up for sale. So you're gonna be able to get it even if it does sell out. It just might not be that collectible version. So it'll be a limited 2000s. It'll be a metallic cover, cool little metallic cover. We're trying a new finish with this, and we'll see, what happens. So if as with anything, it is.
I don't know if you pay attention to Az's body language this whole time, where it's like he's his like fluffer, he's his co-host fluffer, and yet there seems to be no. Oh, tell me more, Eric. Like even if it's canned, and rehearsed,
right?
There's like no presence of like. I'm excited because I'm the Rippa simp. Wee, new product. Give me product to consume.
Yeah, he was, for the first time, was shut the fuck up and was quiet for a little bit.
This is who he really is. He does not give a fuck about comics.
Yeah.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care about Rippa's shit. It's just a big cash cow at the moment to hit your horseman to.
Yes. Pretty much.
Here's what we do. This is a customer idea. A lot of people floated this.
It's funny because Rippa actually seems like
a little enthusiastic about it.
He's enthusiastic about his art, from Joe. So it's like same about Eric, but like in the shitty products, but it's like he actually has like a good energy in this video. He's selling a thing. I don't disbelieve him,
of Joe Bennett's work. So a lot of people floated this stuff out. If it is something that does well, absolutely we will consider doing it with our other artists. You kind of got a little bit of that with that original concept art book that we did of ISOM, but this is a tad different because that was just concept art. And what we're doing with this is going to be just straight pencils that you're going to get of the actual book that was already released, and you get to see it in its original form that Joe Bennett gave you guys. So be on the lookout for that. Tomorrow is when it's going to go up for pre-order. It will in the following month in March, obviously, because we're at the end of February already. Not at the end, it'll be at some point in March. They will go out, so it'll be a relatively quick turnover. And then, of course, we got a Yaira that's about to drop as well, all that good stuff. So tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central, it will go up for sale. So we just wanted to let you guys in, want to open with that because that's something that just got announced over at Rippaverse.com. This is not a campaign item. This will be just right there on our store.
This should definitely be a campaign. It's exclusive and limited.
Exactly.
I mean, if you go on like Coffin Comics for Lady Death, they have stuff where it's like whatever their print run was, some people didn't buy it, and so they have not overstock necessarily, but it's like they didn't sell all, and so now they have it for whatever price. It might be a little reduced compared to initially on the campaign, but they have the remainder for sale from like the Coffin Vault, So they're still selling like prestige. They're still like pitching it,
It's weird, ain't it?
My God, yeah, this whole ads thing too. It's like before he's been consistently a good like phony salesman shill for Rippa.
Mm-hmm.
This one is like it feels like the mask is completely off. He's totally uninterested. Totally, he's just like, yeah. Eric said things. Let me check Twitter. Who can I clout chase to fuck me?
Exactly. Can't really. I wonder how I'm gonna use my
Allegedly.
clout for this so I can get sexual favors. Yeah.
Hey, I'm not
It's
against it.
weird. The whole thing's weird. His approach is his plan of Eric's plan of this is weird. Ass Hat's reaction is weird. It's just it's odd, man. I don't know how to explain it. It's just like I said, when you see things clear, you can never unsee it, and it's just yeah.
Yeah. Wow, this is very enlightening. I'm so glad you clipped this. This is great stuff. I'm gonna show
Good.
you the artist. Let me check the chat really quick. Hey, Tim's talk. Horseman.
Horseman. It's Horseman.
It is Horseman. I love his SpongeBob. He's like Sparkle Boy. I mean, man. Here's the.
That was a good clip I took too of him explaining Horseman after MegaCon. That was so funny.
Like, Eric, do not correct people mistaking the name. Just go with it. You just say it right. Like it'd be if people were like Meth Couture. All right, yeah, you want to buy Meth Couture. Cool. It's like, yeah, I can sell you Meth Gator. I just correct you passively, but I just keep restating the correct title. I don't educate you. Hey, you're interested in Meth Couture? That's cool, man. I got Meth Gator.
That should be all that matters.
Suit you.
This Meth Gator.
All right, so this is Deborah Carita. That's what she looks like.
Oh God.
I don't know if you mean that in a good way or not.
The fucking eyebrows, man. And that is her face drooped? What's with the lips?
She's probably got Botox. She's probably a Brazilian bimbo, which I'm not against.
Fucking what is with these thick eyebrows women are wearing? I don't understand this. It's so stupid.
Look at this nice figure. What are you talking about?
Well, yeah, she has a nice body, but the face doesn't go with it.
I agree.
Thank
Hey,
you.
as long as the mouth can open wide.
I don't like bimbo face. I do not like bimbo face.
I love bimbo face.
Oh
So
my
this is some
God,
of her
Black
art.
Angus.
Hey, I love when women outwardly show their them prostrating themselves to the patriarchy. That they will go as far as possible, even artificial if necessary, to please man's visual interests.
Yeah, but the eyebrows, Angus, the fucking eyebrows.
Well, you know what that says to
man.
me? It says that there's carpets to match, and I like that.
Oh Jesus! Damn it.
Quit moving the goalposts of beauty, Angus.
No, that's an additional goalpost. These are two goals.
Quit having the field with 2 goals, and then you adding more goalposts in the field. There's supposed to only be 2. Quit moving.
Okay, Sturgis.
Quit adding more goalposts onto the soccer field.
There's more goals for more holes. This is all I'm saying.
It's too many goals.
God.
So yeah, this is some of her art. It's not bad. It's got a grit to it, but I'm assuming this is all digital. I think I've seen a picture for her digitally drawing. So, like, look at this. I'm pretty sure this is her cover. There's Empath #2, interior art by her. So this is probably someone else's cover, which looks really cool. Let me see.
So she did this?
She's shilling this. She did the.
Oh, okay.
This is probably not her. But I wouldn't doubt if it was, though, because some of her art I've seen. Like, look at this. This is her. She has real talent.
This is her art.
Yeah. This is her Instagram. Oh, look, the Saska sisters are here. Wowza.
Wow.
Yes. No, looks good.
She's actually good. She might not have talent in the face, but she's got talent in the hands of drawing.
I want to use it as a pickup line on a woman.
She clarified.
Your face is full of talent, ma'am.
Yeah, I like her.
Hmm.
The way she's using the blacks reminds me of
Right.
like Hellboy or something.
And she can do it. Yeah, she's
Seems
yeah.
to have a good range. I think she worked on Deja Thoris for Dynamite. I'm trying to see if I find any.
She's consistent with her see, that's not a bad picture. That's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay.
See,
Eyebrow's still a little too much. The
Rippa
lips a little too
loves the
much.
white women.
That was a decent picture. That was a good picture.
Oh, hello, beautiful. Yeah.
I think it's the lips that's thrown. I think God.
The lips are attracting me. It's like an anglerfish. It's a
Oh,
little light.
you are a unique dude. You are you are very unique in your taste of women.
No, I think a lot of people saw when they announced this lady. So many people were like, "I'm going to buy it because a hot lady drew it, unrelated to whatever her art is." They saw her like, "I'm in." Rippa was smart.
I can see Katie saying it like Buzz Lightyear to Woody. You are
she
a sad,
even has
strange little man.
books. She's clearly smart.
She's like, see, I can read.
Oh, look at this. It's a very booby Wonder Woman. It's going crazy. Actually, depending your point of view, this might be Wonder Woman triggered by Trump or something in like a Geeks and Gamers thumbnail. see the lit eyes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That could totally be
Gal Gadot triggered by border wall controversy.
Okay, see that one picture.
Oh, look, she drew a horse woman.
Horseman.
She's got talent.
It's a horseman.
She's smart. It's horseman.
Oh my god, yes. I'm in love.
See, that's not a bad one. It's not a bad one. She's got some decent ones.
Oh, hey, I'm just standing here and I draw comics too. Oh, Rippa, you smart man, you just need to hire an army of white bimbos and you'll never go broke. I was hoping there'd be like covers of like, hey, I'm working on this thing. Like, here's a cover that's not her. Oh, well, it says art, so she's not defining interiors or anything. So this might be her work as well. So she's got a range of actual style too. So this is like even if it's digital, it's like a painted style versus her other stuff. So what is that? Uh-oh. Rippaverse woke. Captain Marvel. You see that shirt? Woke.
Mm-hmm.
Woke. Uh-oh. We're gonna have to screenshot this and share it to Twitter and be like, Rippaverse woke? Wonder how many people will turn because they see Captain Marvel on her. That's all. That's all. I'm gonna have to give her a follow. There we go. Now I can see more of her. Let me check the chat.
Oh my god.
Leave it to Angus to keep adding goalposts. Before you know it, he'll have nothing but goalposts and no holes to make a goal in. Fuck you, Karen. Fuck you. How dare you? Pull the woman on you.
That was pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I've practiced. Let me find the clip.
Your chat's hilarious.
Shut up, silly woman.
That is a Karen exclusive clip.
I like that clip actually.
Wait. Is it possible to learn this? It's possible to turn clout into sex? Is it possible to learn this power? Says Papa Cotton. Good stars reference. Baggy says, like what Mike Pratika said, Deborah Carita writes like she's underwater. Well, she's not the writer, she's the artist. So I don't know if she's written anything. But interesting commentary if that is something Mike said. Wait. I just realized you have Groot as your avatar. But Katie's tired. She's got to go. It's 12 a.m. Any last words, Katie?
Well, I will say you have a very interesting chat. They are pretty hilarious. I like your chat. Um, but I'm pretty thankful for CG and everybody's support. I'll be honest with you, Angus. Like I'm still surprised how quickly things have grown on the channel, how quickly I got monetized. Like it's wild, dude. I never would thought when I made this channel like it would go there. But you know, I love Comicscape. It's really good to get back into this part of the internet, and I'm thankful that you know the day that I call Eric out on him privating that stream, I would have never thought it would lead me to here, but I'm glad I did. I'm glad I did it. You know, it's
That was
great
really
because even
smart.
Tony made a video of the situation before I came on to I showed up in a stream. So it's just like, oh my gosh. Uh it's good to give people shit. And but yeah, I'm thankful for everybody. This has been a lot I have so much fun. It's been a shitty couple years with, you know, my kids and things and the situations I mentioned earlier. And this has been really fun. This has really been exciting to get involved in and rip on Eric and all his retarded, you know, ripatards and fucking people, man. They are something to watch. People
Oh, yeah.
watching is the funnest thing to do on this earth. It's the best thing ever. And so, but I appreciate you, Black
Before you
Angus.
go, I do got to show you
Hmm.
one thing.
Okay.
Thanks to you making me aware of the stream, I downloaded it and I threw it on my channel, you know, private, just so it's saved, it's not hidden. You people need to super chat me because I'm probably going to have to buy a $3 membership to Rippa, so I can start harvesting all of his all of his old streams and investigate and analyze and find and, you know, clip things and recontextualize them like I
yeah,
did
do it.
right
Like,
here.
oh yeah, oh yeah. So you've
Was what it is that I'm doing with the Rippaverse. I lay it out there. What's the goal here? Right? The standards have been lowered. I think people are still trying to figure that out. I can
I clipped them and I edited. That's my strong suit is editing to give a
It's
different
good.
message.
You need to keep doing that because you're really good at that.
Oh man, I have so much
I
fun.
died when I
editing
saw
stuff.
this. I was like, oh my god. It's too good, man. It's too good. If I had like more time on my hands, I probably would have been a little more creative in my clips and stuff. But for now, it's like when I see something, I immediately record it and I put it out there because it's hard to listen to some of these fucking
I'm
idiots.
surprised you
It
haven't been
really is.
DMCA'd, honestly. Like they
I'm
targeted
waiting for it.
Tony, they targeted Rippa or young Clippa, and yet, you know, arguably you have the easiest things
Job.
to like take down because you're just snagging his shit.
I know. And that's the thing too. Well, here's the thing. I had to become a member for him because he did a stream and like I had something pretty much happened, so I had to go back in, and he was already done, and I was like, no, I can't. I was like, fuck. Okay, I'll get the membership. Fuck, you know. So I get the like the Mac $199 kind of thing. So
I think I'm going to the second level because it says. Let me look at it
yes.
really quick. Go to Eric.
Yeah, it's the second level. But I said, you know what? That's fine. I get it back in monetization. So
Yeah, so the 99-cent level is members only live stream. Super Mac at $2 is exclusive members only videos and archive streams, photos and status updates. The Ultra Mac also has shout outs and videos, exclusive gifts. Don't care about that. Mega Mac at 10 is early access to videos and podcasts, discounted merchandise. So yeah, I got to get the $2 tier. And I did see you, Mr. BTM Reviews. Thank you so much. Says
wow.
for 20, says for your Rippaverse membership. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I will put it
BTM
to
is
good
so
use
nice.
funding Eric and thus owning him, which is not racist. I am half black. Trying to channel a little Ryan Long there. If like quick on my feet, I'm not good at quick on my feet humor. So when it happens, I seize it, I snatch it out of the ether.
That's right. Yeah.
It's so far and few between for me. Unless me and Rookie are like just watching shit behind the scenes. And it's like, fuck off. We're only streaming. This would be such good content.
Right? Well, good. Join the membership with me, because that's the thing too, is if he figures me out, I wonder if he would throw me off the membership.
I don't know if they can do that. I wonder. I mean, maybe you could.
I
don't
think
know
you
if can
can.
ban
I
members.
think you can. You can remove members.
That's fucked up though.
I
If
think
you're gonna give me
so.
money,
I think that's how it works with Patreon. So I don't know.
yeah, it's like old Taserface. He's kind of just showing how useless he is. Before it was fun. Now it's like, all right, you're just like stupid fully.
He
So
is like
if you want to talk to me, you're gonna
obsessive.
have to super chat me, Taserface. I don't know if you're watching, if you're catching replay, trying to watchdog us detractors. I'm not gonna read anything you say unless you pay me.
That's
I'm
right.
gonna go the drunk 3PO, the Friday Night Tights. I'm gonna go that angle.
Which is kind of funny too, because a lot of them that like Eric will watch people that don't like Eric often, and that like makes up a good portion of the audience, I think, sometimes.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say
Okay.
about
right, yeah.
Sturgis, is like he has a chance here to be the inverse of like Tony and us detractors. He's kind of becoming the face of Rippa Shields, you know. He could really if you really like worked on it more, really fine-tune his craft, he could really become a marquee player, not just as a joke on Drunken Peasants and
Yes.
Trashcast.
I agree. And he needs to find it. It's because right now he's a joke.
Yeah, well, it's
And,
sad because I don't see him like. I mean, maybe he does, but I never see him actually stream with anybody. It's like, it's like as much as like you're someone to laugh at. Like I want you to have some fun. I want you to have a good time. I don't want you to just be so defensive on behalf of another man.
That's not even really giving
With
you
no
much
reciprocation, really. Sure, you might get some retards that hear Eric say your name and be, oh, thanks. They might check him out, but like, there's no real like vote of confidence with what Eric has said towards him to like, at least tell Laura actually got like a good, promo through commentary by Eric. So, it seems like Renown actually is like putting real energy into it. So I would like to see him rewarded for his devotion. I'm a
True.
fair.
See,
I'm like
what I'm talking
Xerxes.
about,
I'm a
Angus.
fair god.
You are. Well, that's what I'm talking about, Angus. Is like you really make good points when it comes to it's like, yeah, I really don't give a fuck about him. Call me married and overweight and 40, like I really hate the son of a bitch, but at the same time it's like, yeah, but it's kind of sad that he does all this work and really doesn't get much reward. I mean, it's, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, like the only person he would stream would be LG, but there's nobody like joining him in his streams, and there's so much missed opportunities. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, it's sad. It is sad.
That's
but
why they're the
it's Sturgis, so
losing
fuck him.
side, because like we detract. That's why I think Goalpost is like a gay up of the Rippaverse against them, because that's why we know BTM is thanks to Goalpost exposing him to other detractors to promote and uplift and lock arms with and are detracting.
Exactly. Yeah. So I agree.
Yeah, but you
yeah,
get out of
it's
here
been,
and take care of yourself. I assume you got to work
yeah.
tomorrow at some point.
Yeah, well, I got to get up and get the kids ready for school, and then I got to work, and all that fun stuff, and then we're gonna take my daughter to see Disney on Ice. Should be
Which one?
interesting.
What's the?
I don't know. It's some hero thing. I think some of her Disney princesses are gonna be in it.
Is
So
it Big Hero 6?
I don't know.
It's like
I don't
Michelin
know.
Man. Well, you can share it. You can show it tomorrow on Twitter or whatever.
There
so.
you go.
You get to bed.
Yeah.
I'm going to kick you because we'll just keep chatting. Thank you, Katie, for being here. You go to sleep. Subtour. Her link is in the description. We're going to continue, though. I just got to find it. Chris Bacon. Yeah. BTM Reviews. Goalpost exposed you. Yeah, that's how I found you. It was thanks to Goalpost. He must have been deep diving to be like a breaking news. I think he even said like some sort of like alert, like new detractor alert. Let me find it for you.
Yeah, it's detractor alert essentially, which is like, okay, thanks.
Goal. There we go. Love Goalpost. Honestly, he edits pretty good. If you watch Goalpost videos when he posts, like he had a really good. He's really good at editing, and like CNN or something, misleading editing, but it's still good editing to evoke a very pointed message to win you to like his angle. He did very well with like this narrative about Vito is just a sad fat fuck that needs to like accept Eric and he'll be much happier if he loses weight and likes the Rippaverse essentially. Let me find it. Yeah, because yeah, that's the thing too, is like there's a lot of things I wanted to like put in the title, but I only got 100 characters, so it's like you gotta be choosy. Sorry, I'm seeing some of these memes he shared trying to be like what's he say? Terrible detractor meme. This is another thing he does. The meme is a group of clowns at a conference in a business, and on the PowerPoint is horsemen. It says, okay, so imagine if instead of being scared by bats as a child, Bruce Wayne was scared by horses, which is like, that's hilarious.
Yeah, it's a simple one.
But it'll share these pretty good, even if they're ugly, like contextually funny memes for us, like Comicsgate Rippaverse aware people. And he'll have like the most lame take of like shitty detractor meme. He did it to me with my like declining sales meme.
Yeah,
I'm trying to find. I got to dig a little bit because I think you popped up before Horseman came out. BTM. Yeah. Woohoo! Yes, I found it. Here we go. Yeah, so this is why I think Goalpost is a gay op. This is one of your early videos detracting. He says he's got the warning alert lights. New detractor, and he quotes you. Eric is going to be bankrupt if he keeps making decisions like he's making, paying for oversized warehouses, full-time staff of 12 to 18 people. The money runs out. He's not producing a book a month. He's losing 33 to 60 per book. And then he shared a clip of your video, but then he also shared your Twitter, which is how I found it and hit you up. Well, I hit you on the channel too, but yeah, that's why I knew of you. Yeah, I think
he wants to make sure that his if there's no detractors, then he doesn't have any content. So he's got to have,
it's the necessary evil.
Stream,
it's Sicario. So. If I actually stop the drug trafficking completely, then I'm not going to get any state funding to fight drug trafficking. I don't have to get a new job. It's like prisons. Prisons are private businesses mostly in America. You don't actually want to rehabilitate prisoners. You want repeat customers, if not lifelong customers, that is also subsidized by the government. So you get to double dip using them for like call centers for cheap labor, and also because it's a prison, you're dealing with state, convicted criminals. So the state has a role to make sure they have some sort of care provided, food and whatnot. So,
like you said, with hunting, you gotta, the pay for hunting license will go toward, or to pay to hunt whatever goes toward protecting the animals. So,
yeah,
there you go.
All right. Hey, what is up, Nicholas McHugh? He's one of the backers of the Meth Gator posters. And I'm not doxing the guy. He shared it on Twitter. Like, hey, Angus, I got your poster tacked up. So thank you, Nicholas McHugh. Good thing I have a life and pay no attention to these guys. You should definitely pay attention to them. Whoa, we got Nick is a member. It's not telling me what level you are, so I'll have to see you later. But if you don't know, since you joined, and thank you for supporting the channel. I can't tell if it's $1 or if it's the $10 tier. But the $10 tier next week, so far I only got one $10 member. I'm probably gonna be losing money for a while doing this, but I got a couple things. I got Mark Brooks, Berserk #1 cover. It's CGC graded 9.8. Oh, thanks, Ricky. Join the $10 tier, and you can be in the running for this. There's different things I got. The more members I get, the more I'll like raffle off every month. But it's like every month. So at best, I'm breaking even right now doing this. But I got this one. It's a new thing I got in the mail. Sorry, just got to clean my office a little bit. But also I have this is X23 Target X #1 by Craig Kyle and Chris Yost. It's 9.6, not quite as good as 9.8, but this is a good era of Marvel Comics. It should be around or right after the House of M. That's something. I got Baby Groot. He's down on my feet. I got this Shock T. So it's first come, first serve kind of thing for the raffle. So if like multiple people are in the running, first person gets the choice of the plethora, then it gets whittled down the more you get. So, but I'll cover the shipping. But yeah, essentially your $10 membership is an entry into the competition, the raffling. That's it. For that, we're going to find Chris Bacon has an interesting series of it's not telling me when I click on you what your level is. So you want that Eagles hat you're wearing if I want to burn it. Wait, are you a Cowboys fan? Because I know you're down in Arkansas, so that'd make sense if you're Cowboys or if you're like Saints.
I think you mentioned he was opposite of your team or something. I think.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
But yeah, I'm a diehard Philly fan. I chose this life. Wasn't even raised. I was raised in a cowboy household, actually. So I've been a detractor my whole life. Honestly, I was detracting before I even knew what that word was. Because I
was molded by it.
Saw those white privileged cowboys in their white jerseys with their oil money. I said, "You listen here, Dallas. Fuck you. Take your hands off that football." I thought you'd like that, Rookie. You're always pulling on that meme.
Take your damn hands off her. There's so many people that have that face that he has, pretty much. Get your damn hands off her.
I always lose Chris Bacon.
Crisp bacon.
It's always fucking. I have to go to my messages to find it. Wait, you sent me a photo.
He posted that like an hour ago. Screenshot because you're blocked.
So essentially, he says, just wrapped up some work, so let's have some fun for an hour. So let's do an Ask Me Anything Mythbusters edition. What myths about myself or the Rippaverse would you like me to address or clarify? Make the most of it, and I'm sure this story will be referenced eternally. Ooh. Oh, wait. So he's doing this on Twitter. Fuck, I'm forgetting my other account to deep dive this. I'm not going to show that account. That way it never gets doxed to get blocked. This is the thing. When you got an alt to gay up your enemies, you never expose it. Maybe a closer like me and Ricky, he knows my alt, my true in the shadows alt.
And now you'll see my true form.
But never exposed to the general audience. Because somewhere you're gonna get a detractor that's gonna clip it, figure it out, and do some dirty work. for the tards.
You'll end up like Tony in Frog Prison.
Yeah. Let me see. Let me look at the people in here so I can find Chris. I feel very I don't know the word, honored to have been thought of for this this list of select people.
I'm putting together a special team.
Yeah. Sorry for the dead air, people. Just gotta find where at Chris Bacon started this. So this is the last one. All right, so he double posted on accident. All right, so we'll start here. All right, sharing. And again, McHugh, thank you so much. Hey, Justin Proper. How's it going? Nick's been quiet on Nexa. Yeah. Oh, I was going to show that. I meant to show it to Katie. I don't know what you were researching, Nick, to like for me to like kind of verify if it's true, quantifiable, or if it's just like, made up, so I have to, till I can confirm, I guess I have to say reasonable doubt, it can't verify this. What?
Allegedly, that's the word you're looking for.
Right. But he shared something where it said Eric July has 94% dead subscribers on his channel, only 6% active subscribers. I don't know where he researched this to get these numbers. Yeah, possibly, but the format I saw didn't look like anything Social Blade I've seen before. But it's very interesting because I've noticed this. I've shared this months ago. I'm like, look at his sub count, but he's only getting like generally like at best like 20,000 views because he's become.
We went through the channel to see how his channel is doing, and it was like 5K views seemed to be the average.
Yeah, no, I was saying I saw you posted something about Eric's Scotch Earth's video. Okay, so you screenshot Scotch Earth's video. Interesting. All right, here we go. So this is Chris Bacon. He says, I travel around the country quite a bit, so I'm going to start doing man on the street segments where I go to comic shops in different places to find out what they know or don't know about the Rippaverse. Stop #1, Alternate Comics, Las Vegas. More to come. And I actually saved this picture because I got to find, I don't know if it was this comic or not, but one of these pictures he shared, I'm like, I gotta find that. That looks interesting. It's like a starfish with like ball chin. Interesting. It's got character for sure. Don't know if I'm interested, but I'm intrigued to say the least. Well, let's go back and listen to this.
A gentleman over there was telling me that these are locals.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I live in Dallas, so I'm always looking for indies or local stuff wherever I travel.
I think he lives by Eric July. That's how he popped into the scene to begin with on YouTube with Tony. I gotta go back and find that stream so I can have more details, but I think that's the context of how he came into this because he became a disgruntled fan and he like knows where Eric lives.
Yeah, we have a small. Yeah, you probably saw the section over there. We had it's all local creators.
Have you heard or are familiar with the Rippaverse comics?
I've heard of them, yes.
Okay. Any thoughts on those folks? Like, the reason I ask is I'm from the Dallas area and they're based out of there too.
I'm not a big fan of their pricing. Because I've done a little bit of research on it. They have their first issue, which is like $35 at about 96 pages.
Right.
And I don't know if I'm willing to spend that much on a superhero book. They do have like some pretty high value creators right now.
What do you think about those guys who they have on board?
Well, I like Chuck Dixon. He's a He's like very popular, old school, like DC guy. He worked on Nightwing.
Right.
He wrote a few Punishers, right?
Jack Dixon did work on Punisher. Yes. Then there's also Joe Bennett, who did recently the Immortal Hulk, which was, if you hadn't checked out Immortal Hulk, check that out.
Gotta agree, Mortal Hulk's fucking awesome when I've read of it. I'm only about a fifth of the way into it though.
So is he just asking for Rippaverse if people know about the Rippaverse only? Or
Yeah, he's like, okay, here's the thing is Rippa, and generally you've seen this off and on in Comicsgate as a talking point that like the comic store is a middleman. We don't need them. It's a waste of money. They're taking money from you, the creative, and the customer. It's like a needless exchange point when we can just be on the internet and sell directly to people we can talk to and interact with on Twitter and YouTube. Thing is though, because I've put my posters before I found Fun My Comic to like, you know, re-spark interest. I've in a couple comic stores I've sold the posters. I had like a little promo page, and I would give like, I don't know, 5 or 10 of each poster to the store, and they would charge like a 25% cut and just pay me out cash if they sold any. Pretty simple setup. And a lot of people were interested, you know, probably mostly by the Red Knight poster. They seemed interested, like, oh man, Killer Croc, you know, that would always come up. And yeah, so like the comic store is like, however niche it is, it's like if you're trying to sell comics, that's where, yeah, these people can just buy it online. What, you know, Image, Marvel, whatever, they can just get it shipped to their fucking house. But comic store, since the 80s, since they've like taken off, late 70s into the 80s, this is where you find the nerds, the deep lore people who might be playing 40K on like the gaming tables and stuff. These are like the deep investment people that will like dig into all the lore of whatever thing, engage with other people, play whatever side games and stuff outside of comics. It's like, this is like, it's where you're going to find interest. People are interested in Massacre when they see it.
Well, no, so I think you're kind of summarizing my point where
Yeah.
I don't know why he's just asking about the Rippaverse. Because,
so what he's doing is because
if anything,
okay,
I think
so
it'd be
he's
better
a
if he asked about
detractor.
Comicsgate or about Cyberfrog.
Right. So Chris Bacon's a detractor like us. He goes on Tony Stream stuff, and what he's doing is he's going out in the wild, where this would be the place to gauge what is like it in the wild comic space. What is the perception of Rippaverse and or Comicsgate, Eric July, his products, etc. You know, what is the non-internet people, arguably, what are the non-internet avid comic people that this is their job, or this is like where they're going every week, and this is where they're going to find the firsthand new news about a new comic from the previews or a poster, promo, whatever, for a new thing coming out in the next quarter. A target audience essentially for this business.
Right, but that's what I'm getting at. If he's only saying the Rippaverse, then I feel like that's a little odd. I would think it'd be more beneficial anyway for this if he asks if people know, do you know the Rippaverse, you know, Cyberfrog, Comicsgate, whatever, like those three as like questions to ask. Because yeah, I don't know, in a way, otherwise it's kind of like with goalposts where it's like, you know, you're kind of promoting the other person, even if they haven't heard of Rippaverse. You're just kind of getting them to go check that out. Maybe. I mean, I feel like if you're trying to like measure engagement or what people know about stuff, the super nerds, like, you know, I don't know why just asking for the Rippaverse thing would be the goal only. I feel like that's part of it, but not. I don't know if that's what the whole thing should be. But
here's the thing. So Chris Bacon has this detractor page on Reddit where he does like deep dives, long form essays and stuff, metadata analysis, spreadsheets, whatever, about like sales figures, purchaser counts, etc. All this data to show like this is a declining thing, and like let's talk about why it's declining. And it's from a perspective of like a fan who's been jaded for various reasons. And he's been part of helping expose the Saskas and spreading this knowledge of them, etc. And so I think his goal, like, here's the difference between like Goalpost versus us, is like Goalpost at least plays like he's on a side. Chris Bacon's on a side too. He's on the tractor side, but he's going about it, at least arguably, I think so. From a sense of honesty, he's not afraid to promote the enemy, to say.
Well, no,
their
I agree,
name.
and I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Like this sounds like that's fine. He's not trying to batch Rippaverse at all with it. And I think that's fine. But all I'm saying is, if he only asks for just if they know about the Rippaverse, I feel like that's a waste of asking if they know about Comicsgate or Cyberfrog as well, which I think would be equally interesting for people to know as well. But otherwise, just a Rippaverse talk.
Well, I think the point's going to be, if people do know, then the next level is like, what do they know? What stood out? What's the first talking point they're going to say about the Rippaverse? This is going to, I think the goal of him going all over the country, going to different comic stores, engaging, this is going to show like this has no future in this space. It's toxic.
Well, yeah, but that's why I think mentioning Cyberfrog or something would be just as important, because that's a question as well. Does Cyberfrog have a future? Does people know? But if we're doing the same thing with Rippaverse there, do people on the street know what Cyberfrog is? That's
I think he does in the next one. So it's like,
because if he does do other
I'm kind of like, all right,
good.
calm down. There's 3 of these to watch.
well, I didn't. Well, that's why I was just asking, because it sounded like what you said was this was all that he was doing with just the Rippaverse. So that's all I know. If he doesn't,
okay, never heard of them.
Those were the 2. Yeah, I heard it. I saw they were working on it, and I was like, I've never heard of these 2, but I know Chuck Dixon, Joe Bennett. No.
All right. Well, I appreciate it, man. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, no. You guys have.
Thank you.
All right, so that was the first one. Here's the next one. Las Vegas has a huge comic scene for sure. Shops everywhere of all kinds. Found this gym. I'll see. So just so you know, like there's a lot of different cultures depending what store. It might be from the owner down, or it's like the owner's like DC heavy, so he's always focused on DC merch and collectibles, statues, etc. The paraphernalia on the walls. Or you might have Even Killed, just comics in general. You might have a Marvel store. You might have like an indie store. You might have like more gaming focused for Magic and 4K and whatever else. Sorry, 40K, not 4K. This is another like aspect. So it's like if you go to a DC heavy store, you should expect them to know EVS, given the importance of Green Lantern being like revitalized with him and Jeff Johns with the Rebirth. Even though a lot of what I've figured with Green Lantern is a lot of I think Ivan Reyes is a big artist in that series, but this is a store display. So they got Batman and some of the top guys of Marvel, Spider-Man with some Avengers, the Hulk, Captain America. Let's see, they got Spider-Man in the window. I can't quite tell. They got looks to be an allusion to Watchmen. Not sure. That looks like a Venom character. It's called Poor Boy Comics. This is apparently in Vegas. Oh, they got a big Spider-Man up top. And then he found this signed EVS Green Lantern Rebirth #3, selling for $20. I think they really undervalued that comic. It should probably be a bit more. Might be a condition thing too, though. But let's listen in. Oh, wait, sorry. So he also says Las Vegas has a huge comic scene. Man on the Street #2, Poor Boy Comics, Las Vegas. So the guy knows who EVS is and he's heard of the Rippaverse, but what you can't, of course, see from the audio is this guy's facial expression when I mentioned the trash cast. So I have no idea what he says here. I just know from the posts, like the words about EVS is mentioned.
I'll pick these up. Okay. So are these local, or are they just indie comics from other places?
Just from other places.
Yeah, the Ethan Van Skyver, I picked that up because I followed his YouTube streams. You ever watch him on YouTube?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Now with our sale, you can go get one for free under $4.
Oh,
Buy
okay.
3 get 1 free.
Okay, yeah, I'll pick whichever one up I can for $4 or whatever. Or just tell me which one you think I should pick up. That's in that range.
Crossover. I think we have a few number 2s over there. $22 even. How you did that, I don't know.
All right. So let me ask you, like, when you're watching Ethan, have you heard of that comic company, the Rippaverse?
I've heard of it, but I never.
Oh, okay. So you've heard of it? Yeah, Ethan talks about that quite a bit on his streams. If you ever watch his streams, he's got something called a trash cast. And he talks about the Rippaverse and Eric July quite a bit.
Yeah, he does do that a lot.
Yeah.
Email or text receipt or none?
None, that's fine.
Okay, then you are good.
Well, I appreciate it, man. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Have a good day.
So I'm interested about the facial expression when he said trash
Like,
cast.
get him out of here. This transaction is over.
Well, I don't know if you remember early CG when your boy Zach, there was some customer that I think it's like Seattle. He asked for like your boy Zach. And they like banned him from the store.
Yeah.
Asking for the book, or if they would sell it, or something like that. It was weird.
Yeah, something like that. I don't remember exactly.
All right. So I'm gonna show this, and then I'm gonna gauge the chat. Sorry if I'm behind people. Last Man on the Street, Las Vegas edition brings us top 3 and the largest comic shop in Vegas, Cosmic Comics. I like this because if any of you watch comic tropes, I highly suggest you do if you're interested in comics. It's probably one of the best comics channels aside from Comics Explained. He has his own value, a bit different from him. He has his own kind of niche within comics. He is an artist. I think he did a cover for a Dynamite campaign. So he has some artistic skill. But he does these like deep dives into tropes. So if you don't know, his videos are like Frank Miller. Frank Miller has X tropes. So let's go to a random store and see if we can find a Frank Miller copy. And then we'll go through and see how many of these tropes I've listed will pop up in one 22-page issue of Frank Miller's works, or Chris Claremont, or Rob Liefeld, Todd McFarlane. But he does like also like real, I wouldn't say investigative journalism necessarily, but he does some real weird deep dives. Like he did one about, again, I'm not someone who cares about Jack Kirby's art. I appreciate his value to the history of comics, inspiring other people, but I think his art's kind of trash. Given the history, people like Todd McFarlane, Michael Turner, Frank Cho, Jay Scott, not to mention all the great interior artists. I know Turner did interiors, but you know, it's like Kirby was like early modern comics before he was in an era where like legitimate artists thought comics were beneath them. Now you got people like Art Germ doing art and Stefan Sedgwick and stuff doing comics where it's like they're legitimate artists. You know, it's like I don't know where Kirby would work outside of comics back then. That's my point.
Right.
But he like Comic Tropes will do a video about like this very infamous inker of Jack Kirby's art. This one inker would arguably ruin all of his art the way he would ink. And it's like a long history of people being pissed about it. And so he does this whole deep dive or do stuff about like, I think about Greg, I want to say it's Greg Land. Greg Land is a infamous tracer. He's a legitimately good artist, but he's famous for doing a lot of traces too. And not just like tracing, but tracing like obvious like pornographic images and kind of recontextualizing them, but it's kind of odd. The covers he'll do that are obviously from porn. I'll show you that later. But yeah, I like what Chris is doing. I don't know if he's aware of it himself, possibly, but he's kind of got a Comic Tropes thing through Twitter with this little like candid audio capture. So let's look at the picture. Cosmic Comics. It's in a strip mall by a Dollar Tree. It's not a neg. I've been to a store outside of Columbus that's in a strip mall, or at least it used to be. All right, so we got a Batman sign. I can't really tell anything else. Got some like comic posters on the other side. All shops I went to, this was being run by what I'm guessing are hourly employees, an Asian guy and a Caro Brown cosplayer. You know who that is, Ricky?
No.
Carol Brown is the ghostwriter, allegedly, for the Rippaverse. She's the one that has the erotic fan fiction or erotic fiction that Rippa never promotes. And she was saying like, "Oh, I've never expected Eric to promote me." It's like he hired you for your like editing assistant or something. So it's like he hired you to write, to be involved in Rippaverse writing. So you think he would promote your history of writing?
Yeah.
So it's weird. Like he won't even promote his own people. It's like this dude's a piece of shit. And these people are so gaslit or so scared to like not make their shekels off of Eric that they won't speak up. And they go along with it. Unlike the other shops I stopped by, these weren't the shop owners. They didn't have much to say. I picked up a couple more local titles. One of them is even signed. Doing more for the indie community in an afternoon than Sturgis does in a month. This is the one. Power of Attorney. What an interesting concept just for a title. Because do you know what a power of attorney is, Ricky?
In context, sure, but I can't describe it.
Say you're married, you're in the military, but your wife is living elsewhere, maybe before she's moved on base with you, or she's going out to establish civilian housing when you're getting out of the military. You need to be on the lease, but you're not available to be there. And so you sign a power of attorney, you define whatever limits there are, what it's specifically for, if it's a broad spectrum for all legal documents. And this gives her essentially the legal authority to sign on your behalf elsewhere. So that's power of attorney. So it's really a term, it's a function, but they've like, from the cover, they've made the attorney the superhero based on that idea. So it's like a play on the term. So it's like, that's already interesting. It's in the vein of like Captain Hindsight or something, where it's like, who would think to make this
Captain Hindsight, the Crimson Chin.
So it's like, this is very creative. I gotta find this guy.
Just those two? Yeah, I'm in town from Dallas, so I always kind of like to check out local stuff when I'm in new places. Okay, I'll ring out on that computer. All right. Yeah, I did. Do you have any other indies or that you recommend? These just looked interesting, or just like indies in general.
Indies in general.
I like Pee Pee Poo Poo.
Pee Pee Poo Poo.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you guys familiar with, or have you heard of the Rippaverse?
Rippaverse.
Okay. All right. Yeah, they're a comic company that's based out of Dallas, where I'm from. So
That's cool.
just thought I'd ask.
That's cool.
Yeah, they're working with I think some more established artists like Chuck Dixon and Joe Bennett and Saska Sisters.
Okay.
All right. $6.50 would be your total.
But y'all haven't heard of them, huh?
No, I have not.
Oh, I haven't typed into.
Oh, okay.
Numbers yet.
Let's see some of the comments. There's only a couple, so never mind. So interesting. Let me check the chat. BTO says, I hope you propagandize my videos. He says, I need graphics. Oh, your Yellow Flash has spreadsheets. Nice. Using that business logic to undercut Yellow Flash. I like it. Did a 2-month analysis of content and break it down into 3 categories. I understand River's question because supposedly he's the biggest indie creator. Angus, we need to see another movie together. Just don't talk the entire. I didn't fucking talk.
Goddamn talking habit.
Well, maybe no. Legitimately, maybe I talked because there wasn't many people in there, and it was like a contextual like action moment where it's like it's okay to talk at this point. It's loud and oh wow, did you see that? One of those moments. Maybe I talked, but yeah, I'm not a. Versus like me and Rookie behind the scenes where it's like usually stuff we've seen or whatever, or like we're purposely watching to comment with each other. I don't like talk during movies.
Yeah.
I take it in. Let me see, where'd he go? Tim Stock. Gotta get you back on soon, Tim, if you're watching still.
Timothy.
NDA. I found the Pee Pee Poo Poo comic. Well, at least a page about it.
Pee Pee Poo Poo.
So this is from silversprocket.net. I'm assuming this is maybe the publisher page. I don't know. So it's $10. Pee Pee Poo Poo Comics. What's it say here?
That's the company too.
I don't know the company. Issue 69.
He said Pee Pee Poo Poo Comics, so it sounded like the name of the thing.
Possibly. So here's the pitch. Indie Paris Caroline Cash's take on the classic 60s underground comic. Discover the dirty secrets of higher education in Art School Confidential. Learn queer flirting in one beer. It's a real pee pee poo poo world out there. Oh God. When Klaus started 8 Ball, it was okay. This is some comics journals commenting on it. So let's see. I went to another page. Huh. All right, so this is one of the pages. I can't believe this fucking guy tried to Netflix and chill with the Human Centipede. That's kind of funny. Yeah, whatever. It was an interesting title. I had to check it out.
Yeah. It's no Mr. Hanky.
Let me check if there's anything else that I saved that I thought was interesting. Get out of here. I'll look into this later, but I don't know if you saw this video going on, Rookie. There was this girl talking about her like strange relationship with her estranged dad that he just like left and pursued breakdancing, and he's like 50 or 60 at this point.
No.
And I guess he was on like some big competition and placed like fairly high, especially for his age. And that he's like made a good business out of this, especially being an oddball doing it. It's like 90s style breakdancing. Like you've probably seen this weird shit, like some 90s or like early 2000s shows where it's like, we're so like that skit on SNL. It's like, yeah, we're so cool. We're doing hip hop stuff, you know? It's like lame wiggers that are like, should be in like private school.
Yeah.
But apparently the dad went on the internet and responded. Apparently, so Royce Lopez of the what are they called? Revenge of the Sis podcast. He shared this video. It says he put $600,000 in your college fund. No wonder you don't want to get into the financials. It makes you look like a brat. And so she's responding to his response. And so now they're having like an internet back and forth about like, yeah, I'm not like a deadbeat dad. I've taken care of my children financially quite well thanks to breakdancing.
Right.
So she looks like a dumb bitch now. Oh, this is a funny clip. I gotta save this for the future. Let me share this for y'all. And what's up, Keely? Still here with us. Thank you. This is funny. He says he should receive an additional medal for holding it in that well. I think this is a Medal of Honor ceremony with Obama.
Up at their tiny post, Ryan and his team were being pounded. Almost instantly, every one of them was wounded.
This guy's probably an infantryman. You're not going to find a place with more homoerotic joking and butt slapping and stuff than infantry army barracks with the enlisted men. So much gay humor. You can't say this, Obama.
Up at their tiny post, Ryan and his team were being pounded.
You know how much this guy never forget this. It's gonna be like his favorite army memory aside from deployment and shooting people. This is probably one of his most favorite moments of life. Oh, thanks, Obama. Unironically. Yeah, that's about it. Let me pull back this Sturgis video because I want to see when he reacts to his being memed. Renowned. Which, by the way, I'm subscribed to Renowned because he's giving us good content. He deserves our subscription. And
Heck yeah.
You can join his channel for 99 cents, $5 or $10. Let me see. It's just, okay. I wonder what I'd do if I became a member. Oh, he probably spin it. It's funny. We were stream sniping him on Tony's stream a couple days ago, and Tony like super chat. I think him or his mods put him in timeout. So
Oh, wow.
I can't super chat, but it seemed like it wasn't Renown that did it. We're not sure though, because he did get on the.
Right.
He's playing. Looks like he's playing computer games. So we're not sure if he typed something to like get rid of him or what.
Yeah, probably could have been a mod then.
But yeah, like Tony super chats and he's like, "Oh, you brag about your money. All you can do is $2 super chat. That's it, because you're broke." Like, he's always gonna just have this like defensive riptard defense against you, no matter what you do, even if it's like helping him.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say it's like with the looks stuff. You could be James Bond and comment on his thing and say he's ugly, but something about you is ugly too.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah. Okay. Karen saw that video about the dad, the breakdance dad. All right. Let's see. I'm trying to see when we get to. So he's arguing about making money. Let's see.
While Eric is making more product, making more books in the universe, you're telling him to keep drama farming and not get his book sold. That's why you got tens of hundreds of people wanting refunds on books because he's not delivering on a product, what you have to say. 5 days ago, I made a video. So that's one. Fantastic Forecast. Disney bans first female director, which got more views than every other video here. That has nothing to do with Eric. Kotaku talking about video games or this. Pride in a Troll. So much so that. Sturgian. So you went from Spurgis to Sturgian. This isn't even the correct word, which is why I say this picture is very
accurate. It's sturgeon. It's a fish. It's prehistoric. It's like a dinosaur fish. It's well known. Please learn to read.
Accurate for your mental capacity. Muscle weighs more than fat, sturgy baby. Like, this is so fucking effeminate and gay. You know who says this gay shit? Rippaverse. That dude is flaming. And now you're really coming off as also being flaming. You're fat. No shit, muscle weighs more than fat. It's more dense is the proper word if I took you serious. Again, you're humoring me, right? I'm like, you're not a serious person. I live in CG's head rent free. You're embarrassing, acting like you're saying something important. By the way, you're fat. You have double chins, a gut, and a round face. You can see this shit right here.
This dude looks like he's like 45 or 50. He looks pretty fit.
Yeah.
Like if Taylor Swift said something against Sturgis, he'd be like, "Well, you're fat," and it's like, she's not fat. Like, what are you talking about?
Coming off your goddamn neck. Your head is straight up, and they can still see the fat rolls on your neck and your face and your fucking gut right here, dude. Talking about me, humoring me with your 4 likes. with your 4 likes to my 20. No one cares what you actually have to say because most people don't think you're a real comic fan. You're a real cyber cuck fan is probably what you are. That's probably way more accurate.
It doesn't even roll off the tongue. Cyber cuck.
The only time I've heard there's this guy literally Chuck the Cyber Cuck who did power scaling videos all the time.
It's not even like
it's
not
not
a clever
yeah.
use of cuck. Like
Well,
it's
that's what I'm saying. It doesn't
Cyber
apply to
Frog.
Cyber Frog. It's like what is with what?
Ripatard. We're calling you retarded exclusively related to Rippaverse.
You can't just say something like you're black shit because shit is bad and I'm calling you shit because you have to derive from something to be funny. Like otherwise it's just lame. Like what
It's not even contextual. Like where is Cyber Frog ever cucked? Is it because you thought Heather Swain was a love interest? Which
that's a huge mystery.
Well, I mean,
they're
like,
friends. They're friends.
Right. It's like they're friends. I could at least see a one-sided interest by Cyberfrog, given how lonely he feels. Ethan very much layered that something I want to do with Meth Gator in a different way, but like it's a classic superhero thing where it's like The Thing or Hellboy, whatever, where it's like you get an ugly like monster character who is a hero, but everyone just like, oh, you save their car from falling off the Golden Gate Bridge, and you pull them up, and they're like, and they hit the gas to like escape you because monster, and it's like I just saved you, fuck you, like so you get resentful, but you're still doing the right thing resentfully. That's the whole tone.
He saves the baby from being crushed, and it's like, let's get away, you monster.
Yeah, it's classic. It's not even superhero exclusive.
But the point is that's not depicted in his book, though. Is my point.
Yeah, it's like, but
clearly
like
not there.
There could be a weird because it's essentially a human character in a frog body. So it wouldn't be far fetched. If not for the hibernation, it wouldn't be far fetched if there was like a love interest, at least one sided.
Right, but I mean, based on what's in Cyber Frog 2, I highly doubt that's even considered. I don't think that's considered.
Yeah, she's got a husband, or at least like a common law husband, given the state of society, that's missing, if not dead, in this world. And in Cyber Frog 2, so she's the daughter's trying to find him, and so she's missing. So now I got to find the kid, trying to find the dad. This thus leads them into a good simple scenario for more chaos to ensue for the characters we're concerned about. But yeah, he seems very content to be like, I'm the like uncle of the family, and I got this like kid of my friend to also care about. So he's like got a growing family, in a way, on top of Salamandroids as bro. So it's just, it's not even context go, haha, he's a cuck. Like Reed Richards gets cucked by Namor in at least newer Fantastic Four. Like, that'd be something to be like, cuck.
Get this to happen to you before you start talking about the looks. Women look you beta. Like, can you even make a proper statement? Learn how to type at least if you want me to seem insulted by you. Obviously, you seem insulted since you retweeted my tweet twice. Not at all. This is just content for me. I don't take weirdos with anime profile pictures seriously, especially the ones that I've probably never seen.
You have an AI picture of yourself. What do you? Oh my god! Yeah, this is part of the engagement of Renown. Is he just like says such obtuse, idiotic things like, clearly you're fat.
Yeah, it's like, okay, what does that have to do with what I said? Okay.
And just people like, what? How am I fat? And the other people, so it creates engagement. Like, this is all engagement farming. So he's working the system, as it's supposed to be. So that's why I say, like, he could really game this to his advantage and be like the next tier down leader of like Rippa Defense. He doesn't quite have it. He just looks like a lone spurg, but he has a real potential to
a lone sturgeon in the sea of
a lone sturgeon. Well, that's where caviar comes from. They grab sturgeon and fucking milk their eggs out and then throw them back.
Yeah.
So there's a meme there. It's got a like figure out the right context.
No response at all. Like even when you try to make these weird 3D models of me, you're like, this is terrible. Whoever requested this, or if you did this on your own, get better. Because LG, shout out to LG by the way, 210LG on Twitter and YouTube, can make better art than you can. This looks absolutely garbage. Your fucking eye is drooping. Fucking thinning white hair, bro. I don't have white hair like that. Nowhere near this big. The shirt's fucking retarded looking. And you gave him short legs. This is supposed to be a dwarf or something? Is this supposed to be a dwarf?
Does he not get? Does he not
So now
get
we're making fun of dwarfs now? I thought we were against.
Does he think that he's like being? This was meant to be in his image exactly, or like it's being
A mockery?
being mocked. That's the point. Like you wouldn't. Like if you're, that's how you would mock somebody. You make them a little chubbier. You make them a little shorter. You make
Look
them
how
a little
big his head is compared to his little body.
You exaggerate them a little bit. I said he looked like a garden gnome with it. That's the mind with the
Making fun of
3D image.
dwarfism. Again, SJW tactics at its best. It's funny how that works. It's funny how the people.
what wasn't
Wait. SJWs are always. They're always fat phobia, ableism. You know, where are her organs? You know, if there's ever like a sexy woman, they'll say like it's clearly not realistic proportion, and then you'll see like the actual model of a game from like Asia, where it's like, you know, she's that tiny with huge knockers, like
yeah.
SJW come full circle and are showing how SJW they really are. At the end of the day, if the attacks continue to happen, it's just fueling me to make more videos to keep making fun of you and calling out your garbage. And I'll just continue to make money. And you'll overinflate it and act as if I'm bragging about some huge number of revenue that I'm making. Yeah, I'm making pretty good money on YouTube making fun of you dummies. And I'm a very small channel. It's very interesting that a channel with 145K subs has to talk shit about a channel of my size. That doesn't make you look good.
I never
You're literally punch
this thing in general with channel size, whether it's a huge channel, a small channel. Punching up, punching down. I don't know how much that matters exactly. Like I don't know.
How do you think Eric grew?
It all because like in general, it's like I don't know, because people will be like, oh, the smaller channel can say whatever they want about the bigger channel. They're punching up, hooray! But then if the other one, you know, were to say something about a smaller channel, you're punching down. It's like, I don't know. It's the internet in general, like kind of all fair game in a way.
Yeah, you put something online, especially if it's targeted at a certain person, because they have a bigger channel. They're just, oh, I can't react to you talking about.
Yeah, it's like the number of your channel doesn't change what was said. So like, I don't know what now that you have more subscribers, now what you say matters more. Like that doesn't. It's not how that works, really. You know, you don't have 100,000 subscribers, so what you said isn't valid. Oh, now you crossed over that thing. Well, now what you said was valid. Like that's not how that works in general. And that's not just thing in the search. That's how a lot of people see the internet and YouTube, which I just find annoying.
I'm trying to find the social blade of Eric July. Trying to find his history. So he peaked at close to 515,000 last year, and then he's just been diving slowly but surely. Every month he's losing people. It's not giving me long enough. It only goes back to 2021. I don't know if it's like a premium thing or something. I'm not going to pay just to get stats on Social Blade. It's no point for me.
I don't know how accurate Social Blade is either, to be honest.
Detail statistics. Lifetime YouTube channel subscription count. see, I'm on socialcounts.org. Let me see. Try to compare here. I'm trying to figure out where to search.
Yeah, I don't know which one's best.
Young Rippa 59. Stupid ads blocking everything. Get out of here. All right, so it says he's down to 507 right now. I don't know how accurate this is because last I saw was 508. It's only taking me back to earlier this year. Don't know how to research further back. Oh well. Tim got Pike Bishop. Says something prehistoric about him. His sunken eyes, proto-hominid brow ridge. Yeah. Oh, my sources from Disney are the most valid. Eagle finger. Sorry, gaming in the background. Did not see Madam Web, but I'm going to watch Dune Part 2. When does Dune Part 2 come out?
Like a week or two, I think.
Oh, wow. It's that soon?
I think.
Shit. Let's see. Release date March 1st. I'm excited. The next thing I'm excited to see that I'm aware of is Godzilla Kong 2, New Empire. I'm ready to see tranny Godzilla. People saw pink and they're instantly like, oh, it's trans. It's like, well, Godzilla's probably a female already.
Probably.
Next weekend, let me look at my calendar. Yeah, next Friday, Dune comes out. I work Friday, Saturday. Yeah, I work Monday, Tuesday, Friday, Saturday. Might work Sunday as well, possibly. Switch to night shift, so it's definitely gonna be probably at least one stream in March. I'll have to do it in the daytime.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah, Zillion Kong for sure. Fuck yeah. We'll have to stream about that, Tim. If we can line it up the right times, we'll have to get back on Twitter. What the fuck's going on, Tim? Get back on Twitter. I'm nowhere else. I'm on YouTube and Twitter. Get on there so we can more easily communicate. I think that is it. Anything you wanted to share, Ricky?
Nope, I'm good. There was stuff with Chris Stuckman that I found interesting-ish, or like his commentary on Madame Web was funny because he's like, I'm not going to bash this movie and stuff. There's plenty of people already doing that, and this was very much the studio that was the problem, and blah blah blah. And then it turns out it's like, no, the creators have talked a lot about how this was what they wanted to make, and the writers and stuff that were asked, or like the studio people, they barely knew what to say with anything, and it's like very much a creator-driven one. And he just comes off as somebody who's like, I'm trying to make films now, and I can't, I don't want to be criticized as badly as I've criticized things in the past or seen other people do. So I'm gonna try to be nice. It's like it's very odd.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you to Nicholas McHugh for becoming a Cal member. And thank you, BTM Reviews, for the $20. It's going to go to, at least in part 2, Young Rippa for a membership so I can watch all those juicy archive member-only live streams. Find some good, fun info to resurface forgotten gems we may have missed. We will find it, Eric, and we will how's that line go? It's like, I have a certain set of skills. I will
I've got a particular set of skills.
Particular set of skills.
I will kill.
Oh no, did you mute yourself, Ricky?
What? No.
Oh, just you like cut off in my ear. Like, I was checking my internet. Like, nope, I'm connected. Talking points in description, title, and thumbnail. He never mentioned it was a review. And months back, he said it was changing. He was changing his channel.
Well, I know that's what I'm saying. He, in his not review, he mentions how crappy the movie is by saying he's not going to review it. I mean, that tells he just wants to be about film celebration. Therefore, Madam Web will not be part of my film celebration talk. It's like you're shitting on it without saying it. You're not. His attempt to be nice doesn't really work, honestly. And his attempts to change things is his own audience doesn't even like that. Not really. And that's the thing too. He doesn't even do like good media praise. Like you and I can praise the shit out of things pretty well, I'd say. But like he's just his usual positive commentaries like that was done well. I loved the actor. The thing was just what I wanted. Like he doesn't say anything interesting. So it's you
fuck.
know.
Okay, I gotta send this to myself. This is something I gave you a preface yesterday, but this is God. I wish I'd share this with Katie because I don't know if she saw Barbie movie. This would have been perfect. Let me see. It says in thanks to comic shop owner. Share this to me. All right, let me send it to myself. Oh yeah. Oh, what the hell? 1 second. Oh, there we go. One second. Sorry, it like I pulled up TikTok to show you this, but it like was auto playing, but I couldn't like do anything on the screen because I had to like slide a puzzle over. So I was like, how do I pause this?
Yeah, TikTok doesn't have like a pause function anyway.
Oh, it's awful.
Really stupid.
Yeah, 1 second. Where we go? Present. We're gonna close with this. I thought this was amazing because I asked the shop owner, have you seen Barbie? And he's like, oh, you mean Black Panther for white women? I'm like, what? You're mind blown.
I love that movie about the hero who lives in a secret land full of magic and powerful women. Their realm has been intentionally secluded from the rest of the world, though you can enter this secret realm via certain modes of transportation after leaving and interacting with the outside world. The hero is faced with questions about their society and why its systems are set up the way they are. A usurper with knowledge of the outside world takes over the magical land, and he has all kinds of new ideas about how they should run things. His sudden access to power would change the outside world as well. In the end, the hero confronts the usurper, who chooses to give up on his own accord, thus restoring the balance of power. The hero convinces everyone that the usurper's ideas were mostly wrong, but they do incorporate some of his principles to make a more just society. The hero then takes steps to become a presence in the outside world. Great movie.
Crazy. That is crazy, right?
That is crazy.
How do I need to figure out how I like it so I can save it. That's annoying. Oh well. That's it. Yeah, you saw this video. Nice, Tim. I guess my take is it's overreacted because it became calling him a shill for a 40-second clip, and the video was 60 minutes. Well, I think that was clipped because it was so profound a statement that was the message of the video ultimately. It's like,
Well,
this
it's
is
not
a
just
review
that.
channel.
I mean, a lot of other people. That's the thing too. A lot of other people were saying that more critics should be like him, should be like this, and it's like that is extremely wrong because. Again, that'd just be like saying the same people that are like, well, if you don't have anything nice to say, then don't say anything at all. And it's like, I mean, I don't know. I think you kind of should. Like anything that I make, any film I make, criticize the shit out of it. That's fine. Praise it if you need to. That's fine too. Whatever. Like that's kind of the point. Like especially from Chris, that's what he did. That's how he got his audience by criticizing stuff. And then he's just like, I'm just not gonna critique anymore now that he's into film. He seems less interested in film stuff in the first place ever since he started doing film stuff. Like he seems dispassionate now, which is kind of odd because you think that he'd be like more than enthusiastic these days, but he really just comes off as depressed.
Yeah. It's unfortunate because that's where I started with YouTube. Was Jeremy Johns and Stuckman.
Yeah,
and
Stuckman was my
the Last
first one.
Jedi. Last Jedi review is why I stopped watching them because it's like I've watched your, I think, very worthwhile criticisms of the prequels, and so when I see a new Star Wars movie that's clearly sacrilege to this canon that you seem to know a lot about and can give like a worthwhile criticism, and then you just like shirk essentially for whatever reason for this movie that's clearly controversial, and you just pat it and praise it. It gives me misgivings, and so I don't trust you anymore. Which he had like a lot of good rapport with me with anything action, sci-fi, drama, but now I don't trust him. And Madam Web just adds to like why I don't watch him.
Yep.
But yeah, again, we're gonna call it a night. Appreciate it. Go sub to Katie if you haven't. Her link's in the description. And if you want to support the channel, aside from super chats, memberships, check out in the description as well the Meth Gator campaign. If not interested or you don't get the funds now, if you are, appreciate the retweets. That helps just get more exposure for the idea, more people potentially interested to help fund the creation of this comic that I so desperately want to get in your hands. I got an artist that I'm interested in. I showed Rookie. I showed the comic store owner too. Oh, that's the thing too, I guess, to get y'all excited. I might have that comic shop owner on soon. I'm going to probably go to the store tomorrow or Saturday and bring him the Rippaverse books. I was telling him about Horseman and about because he read ISOM 1, but he hadn't read ISOM 2 or Alphacore. And right from the get-go, he's like, oh, Chuck Dixon, that's a fucking solid writer. I'm like, oh, I don't know, man. You got to read Alphacore. So might in a week or two have him on to talk comics, comic shops, business, and it's mainly ISOM and Alphacore once he gets it read, if we can schedule it properly. So looking forward to that potentially. And yeah, appreciate y'all hanging out. Love the chat. And yeah, give Katie your love and sub to her. And go watch some old Rookie content too. He's got go rewatch his Fat Speedster saga because he's got a season 2 he's working on. He's writing.
Oh yeah,
he's banging out every day. I call him like, what are you doing? He's like, I've been writing. I'm like, Jesus.
So I'm gonna do after this too. I'm hoping to have that start releasing by October, but I'm not giving any specific guarantees of dates yet.
Yeah. And yeah, thanks Tim for hanging out. Yep. Appreciate it.
Good seeing you, brother.
But yeah, appreciate y'all, and talk to you next week. If not sooner, probably do a couple videos this weekend since I'm off. So see you next Thursday.